The Eccles St. James United Methodist Church. If everyone would please silence your cell phone, and if you so choose, please stand and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good afternoon. Let us pray. Most gracious and eternal God, we thank you for the gift of this day and for the privilege of gathering together in service to the city of Beaumont. As your word has reminded us to do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with you, we pray that these same virtues would guide us in this place this afternoon. We lift before you our mayor, the members of this city council, our city manager, and all who have been entrusted with the responsibility of leadership. Grant them wisdom in every decision, patience in every discussion, and discernment as they consider the needs of this city. Give them the courage to pursue what is just, the compassion to remember those whose voices may not always be heard, and the humility to recognize the weight of the responsibility they have been given. We pray for those who serve our city each day, for our city employees, first responders, law enforcement officers, firefighters, and all who contributes to the safety and well-being of this community. Protect them, strengthen them, and bless them for the work of their hands. And God, we pray for the people of Beaumont, from every ward and every neighborhood, from our youngest to our oldest. May this be a city where people can live with dignity, opportunity, safety, and hope. Bless our families, our schools, our businesses, our churches, and our communities. Be near to those who are struggling, those who are hurting, and those who are in need. Now, Lord, guide the work that will take place in this meeting. May every conversation be productive, every decision be thoughtful, and every action taken be for the good of the people and the betterment of this city. May justice guide us. May mercy shape us. May humility keep us. And may your wisdom lead us as we seek a stronger and more united Beaumont, Texas. In the mighty name of Jesus the Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, indivisible.
Roll call, please.
Mayor West,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Crenshaw, Councilmember Turner, Councilmember Durio,
Here.
Councilmember Hilliard, Councilmember Williams, and Councilmember Sherwood. Thank you.
Today we have a City of Beaumont communications update at this time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Here are your announcements for this Tuesday, August 18th. Beaumont Zip is looking for some possible service changes, and we want riders to weigh in. Proposed updates include changes to the Laurel North 11th route, Saturday operating hours, and more frequent service on select routes, all aimed at improving connections and reducing operating costs. The 30-day public comment period is now open, so head to beaumontzip.com/survey to check out the proposal and to take the survey. Going once, going twice, everyone loves a good deal, and you'll find a lot of them at the City of Beaumont's surplus property auction happening now. To browse the online auction items, go to renovates.com and search City of Beaumont, Texas. Bidding closes at 10 a.m. on August 26th, so don't wait too long. Browse it, bid on it, and maybe bring it home. August is National Wellness Month, and with students heading back to school, this time of year can bring excitement, but also added stress. Through the City of Beaumont's partnership with Care Solace, residents can get free confidential help for mental health and substance abuse, as well as housing, food assistance, low-cost medical and dental care, and other social services. Care Solace is available 24/7. Simply call 888-515-7881 or visit caresolace.com/tx-Beaumont to get connected. How about a $20 best friend? If you're looking for a new sidekick, Beaumont Animal Care is celebrating Clear the Shelters with $20 adoptions through August 29th. Even better, the first 15 adoptions on August 28th and 29th are free. Stop by 1884 Pine Street and meet the dogs and cats ready to be part of your family. Skip school for a movie night. Okay, maybe don't actually skip school, but you can catch Ferris Bueller's Day Off at the Jefferson Theater on August 21st. Then on August 28th, things get a little rebellious with Crybaby. For both classic movie nights, doors open at 6 p.m. and the movies start at 7, so grab your tickets and popcorn and enjoy a classic movie on the big screen. And finally, the Smurfs aren't letting a little rain keep them away from Beaumont. After Mother Nature rained out our August 6th showing, Movies in the Park is back for one last night. So join us August 22nd at dusk at Wuthering Heights Park for our rescheduled showing of the Smurfs. And that's all for this week's announcements.
Thank you very much. And I can't imagine that anybody just came for the presentations, but if you did, you're free to leave. At this point, we're going to move in to public comments, and now's the time for any citizen who wishes to speak. You may make public comments on the consent agenda or the regular agenda items 1 through 8 or any other topics. Citizens wishing to speak on item 9 will be given the opportunity to speak during the public hearing before that. The city clerk will call your name when it's your time to speak. If your address hadn't been called out when you approach the podium, if you'd please say your address, city, and state. You have 3 minutes for public comment. The green light will come on when you approach the podium, and the red light will come on when your time is up. Please note, while you're at the podium, we're not going to be able to respond to your questions at that time from the dais. Somebody from city staff may reach out to you before you leave, or we'll follow up with you. And with that,
William Sinclair, 3400 Veteran Circle, Beaumont, Texas.
Morning, Mayor, City Council members, and honored guests. I'm a Navy veteran here in Beaumont, Texas. I come here to speak out on one subject that's very important to me. Being a disabled veteran, I feel like there's more need for stuff like sidewalks, bike trails, or bike right-of-ways on some of the streets. We've got a number of people that are coming out with e-bikes and scooters and whatnot, and I'm forever seeing on the news where people are having issues being run over by motors coming around, not paying attention with the motors and whatnot. And I think there's, more need for walkways and whatnot, get people off the street to avoid that. There's been a lot of, major accidents and some fatalities in some cases. And I speak for myself and a number of other disabled veterans that walk with wheelchairs, walkers, and canes and such. And we don't have any business being out in the street, walking the street. We need to be off the streets on the curb. I happen to notice right-of-ways in most areas that the city could, appropriate the necessary grounds to put sidewalks in place and make it happen. And that's basically all I got to say.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Albert Harrison, 1240 Ashley, Beaumont, Texas.
Excuse me, but I will not give you my usual greetings. Concerned citizens, now I need to ask, why are the gas pipes and water pipes not covered like they're supposed to be? Why are my crosswalks across ditches are not there on Evelyn, Forest, Evelyn, Center, Evelyn, Ewing, Oakland, Ashley? Why are they not there? This is a violation of safety as far as I'm concerned. Not just for the community, but for every citizen in this entire city. Because if they're exposed there, they must be exposed somewhere else as well. Now, I say that to say I have looked and seen that they are exposed in other places besides my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And Jerome Alexander, 1119 Avalon Street, Beaumont, Texas.
Good afternoon. How y'all doing? I come in today, to talk to Miss Miley. Miss Miley, you brought the engineer in to dig the ditches up. So they dug the ditches up, and they, like you say, they exposed the pipes. So I had a chance to talk to the Centerport energy guy. He said that it can be fixed, but what it would cost, the city would have to pay them to come in and put the pipes lower, and the water could flow over them. But he did say it can be fixed. So we appreciate if you check into it and see can you get the pipes fixed, man, because you're playing the life and danger game with them pipes exposed like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry Gauthier, 5926 Greenmore, Beaumont, Texas.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and employees. I'm gonna go back to 1992. Texas Railroad Commission and the City of Beaumont approved seismograph testing for oil in Beaumont, Texas. The fire department, police department, water department, they all expenses just ran clean out the roof with damages being done to seismograph testing. For example, I showed Becca Ames a crack by the elevator, damages to the property. My house, which was 4-inch pads, 4 inches pads, 12-inch block, total of 16 inches, sunk all the way down to the ground. Cause, seismograph testing. $80,000 home, gone. Also, damages to 60 other residents' homes in Terra Park. I didn't get a chance to talk to the Amelia area people because I was so busy with my own area. But I do know that after speaking to a certain person that lived there now, today, he experienced that damage. Other people are experiencing damages. We got a sinkhole that's taken place. We got a busted line on Franklin Street. If you draw a straight line from the port when they did their expansion, that bam, 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 it damaged those lines. So the people in Amelia, people in Terra Park, the people in the south end of Beaumont, we all experienced that bam, bam, bam. Even the overpass that was put in Carroll Street, bam, bam, bam. You shaking the ground, you shaking the earth, you shaking City Hall. I get scared every time I come up here because it might open up. It's right there in front of you. It's right there. That's basically, just look around you. You see the earth is moving, shaking, being disturbed. And what is the cause? The root cause analysis. I believe in finding the root cause to everything. And my root cause is, I think it was the two streets out west end. If you were to draw a straight line from the water problem on Franklin and draw a straight line across the city of Beaumont, you would hit.
Thank you, sir.
There. Thank you.
LaShawn Proctor, 4680 Jancar Drive, Beaumont, Texas.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Protocol has already been set. I just came to kind of speak on this issue that we got with the taxes, you know what I'm saying, and the big thing as far as just how everybody's in uproar in regards to this. We understand business. We understand budgets. For those of you that run businesses and things like that, then you understand that, of course, you're going to have a budget. A lot of things, just me personally, when you look at this and budget, council, of course, you have other people that kind of put the budget together, Mr. Boone and staff or whoever does that. It's brought to you guys and you guys look over it to just make sure that it's going to fall in or fit in wherever you think. But when you study that, of course, it's all about recommendations. Recommendations that you do this, recommendations that you do that. When we start pointing the finger, of course, you guys, this is your first time sitting in the budget prior year you came in and the budget was just being done and you came in. So when you sit now and you look at that, you guys have had that time to do that. But prior to that, my thing is to you and the citizen just kind of being transparent, as we often like to use that word, but sometimes I think it's not really used in the context as what we really need to have it used in. But when we look at that, you guys come in this year as far as that transparency and being in a budget, but prior to that, things have already been in place. So when the numbers were off, and we're saying that we're in a struggle or we're in a deficit and all of those things, and the numbers went off, where did they start? Didn't just start now. This was prior. This was previous. So you guys have just been almost 2 years. So if you have a problem, the problem didn't just start. It started prior to that. So if we're going to say that where it started at, then we have to look at internally. Who was there? Did they know? Did they not know? If you can't come in and say it's somebody's problem, you can't come in and put it on the mayor's back. You see what I'm saying? Because even prior to that, it didn't just start today. And if you're going to run a business, you business people, if you're going to run a business, you don't start hiring people whenever you got a problem. You find where you're going to cut. You don't go and hire new people. You cut, and if you don't want to cut your people that you already got, then you keep them. You protect them because they've been there. That's where your loyalty lies, in a sense. You don't hire somebody else and create another income or something else that you have. So you start looking at those things where you do. And then we look at this too. I know we need EMS, fire, police, and all of those things. But do you give a raise and you got a problem in your budget? Do you increase money that you're going to pay out when you already got a problem that you have? So some things we got to look at. And then lastly, I don't care where people live. I think people should be able to live where they live. But do you tax me and make me pay taxes for somebody that don't live here, that don't pay taxes, but you don't give them more money? Those are just things that I say when you ask questions. If you don't live here and I take your money and I don't get no taxes. I don't have to pay when you raise everybody's taxes. My mom is a senior citizen. My mom can afford to pay the taxes. We ain't gonna say that she can't. But what about the people that can't afford it? What about the people that live here that just don't have those funds? And we already have the tax assessor increased that last year. We're gonna add the city on top of that and all of the other things. If we don't want nobody to live, because the people that can afford to move, if they don't like it, they'll move to Hardin County. They'll move somewhere else. But what about the people that's left here that can't afford it, that can't afford those taxes? Just think about them. We know the city has to run, but where do you cut?
Thank you, sir.
Christy Arnsberger, 3050 Liberty, Beaumont, Texas.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members, and other city officials. My name is Christy Arnsberger. I'm a social worker with 30 years experience working with dialysis patients. I'm here today to advocate for my patients by highlighting some of the barriers they face with transportation to dialysis when using Beaumont Zip paratransit. Beaumont Zip paratransit is the only public transportation for the city of Beaumont. Nutrition and Services for Seniors no longer operates within the city limits of Beaumont. To get established with paratransit, there's a 14-page application with a 21-day processing time. I fax those applications in for my patients, but it doesn't seem to speed the process any. Most people needing transportation do not have the luxury of waiting 21 days before they can make an appointment for transportation. With paratransit, there's also an ineffective call procedure for scheduling. People are required to call daily, starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, to schedule a ride. They end up waiting in a queue for a very long time, sometimes over an hour, to schedule a ride. Rides are scheduled on a first-come, first-served basis. There's no priority for medical appointments over someone going to the grocery store. There is a wait list to establish a set schedule for patients with recurring appointments, for example, going to dialysis, chemotherapy, physical therapy. And those people are forced to call in, wait in the queue every other day for these recurring appointments. Based on the current call system, people run the risk of not getting the ride they need to that medical appointment because someone may call in ahead of them and get that time slot simply to go to the grocery store. My proposed solutions for Beaumont Zip paratransit is to reduce the application process time to allowing people to access transportation services sooner. Better management of the phone system for scheduling rides and reducing call wait times. Prioritize medical appointments above other transportation requests. This would allow people with recurring appointments to be on a set schedule or at least reduce their call frequency to once a week or maybe once a month for recurring appointments. This would eliminate the need for these people to have to call every other day. This would also reduce the call volume and wait times for people trying to get an appointment with Beaumont Zip. I'm asking the mayor and the city council members to launch an investigation into the issues relating to accessing transportation through Beaumont Zip paratransit. This is a city service that's not working for my dialysis patients or other citizens within the city. Many citizens use this paratransit system to get to life-saving treatments and deserve better service from Beaumont Paratransit and the city of Beaumont. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Judith Rich, 995 Monterey Drive, Beaumont, Texas.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Judith Rich. I'm here because of the vote that was done to demolish my structure at 2394 Angelina. I'm here to ask, would you consider not demolishing my building, give me a chance to bring it up to code and remodel my building, because demolishing that would put me in a situation where I can't even retire. That is my livelihood, my rental property. And the reason I couldn't attend the meetings is because I'm suffering from pancreatic cancer. And there's days that I don't even know who I am. So I ask that you would consider me. I have people in place that's willing to go to work and bring the property up to code. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rodney Denclaw, 4105 Chaseline Avenue, Beaumont, Texas.
Hello, council. The reason I'm up here is because I was told to come up here and talk, because I don't know who else to talk to. But like a while back, the city built me like a ramp going down from my sidewalk in order to cross the street to get to the bus stop across the street. And a couple years ago, they came and did some pipe work there. And when they did, I guess they laid the concrete back. And when they did, I guess the ground sunk. And can y'all see that? That's what happened when the ground sunk. And I called 311 to, ask them if they could come fix it. And no one ever showed up. The reason I'm coming is because, my neighbor, the bus usually parks in front of her driveway to pick us up. And my neighbor's been, getting, kind of complaining about it. So I was seeing if y'all could fix it for me, or, tell me what to do, or give me the right direction to go to get it fixed. That way the paratransit could pick me and my wife up, like right there where the bike lane is, or maybe see about how I'll go about with getting a sidewalk going towards the street, like that way, in front of my house, so the paratransit could pick us up. And I appreciate y'all listening, and I thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And that's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you. With that, public comments is closed if no one else would like to speak. Now we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion and a second for approval of the consent agenda? That's Councilman Williams and seconded by Councilman Hilliard. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda items? All those in favor of approval of the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. All right, Mr. City Manager, we are going to begin with item 2, correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
If you would please have the reading of item number 2.
Yes, Mayor and Council. Item number 2 is to consider a resolution receiving the proposed FY 2027 budget and scheduling a public hearing. And as part of the presentation of this item, we do have a presentation for you. Bear with us just a minute. Mayor and Council, today we present to you the proposed 2027 city budget. So we'll start off with perhaps how some people think that budgets are formed, and it's you start planning and you work through it and you get the budget adopted. The reality is city budgeting can be tricky, and so it's a process where we collect information from the department directors. We look at our revenues. We have had, I think, an unprecedented number of workshops this year. I think we've had 4, just because of the challenges that we faced as we put together the proposed budget. So where we're at now is in the process is essentially presenting the budget to council. It's going to be both the budget as a total as well as the CIP. And then later on, after item 2, we will present item 1, which is to set the proposed tax rate. It's not to adopt the tax rate, but to accept the proposed tax rate. So a little more detail, September 8th, that's where we'll have a public hearing on the budget, a public hearing on the tax rate, an ordinance adopting the budget and accepting the appraised roll, tax roll, and a resolution adopting the CIP, which is the capital improvement program. And then finally, September 22nd, that's when you'll actually adopt the tax rate and ratifying a property tax increase with the beginning of the new fiscal year, October 1st. We'll start with, and we've talked about this in our budget workshops over the past several months, but kind of where have we, what's got us to this position? And so what this slide shows is the general fund, and we're of course looking at several funds, but the general fund is the one that is most of interest, I believe, today. And as you're aware, that red line going across the screen, that represents the 27% fund balance amount for the general fund. And again, that's kind of your rainy day fund as set by city policy. I will point out that can be adjusted up or down, but right now that's the current policy. So that's approximately, based on the proposed spending, that's approximately $36 million. Looking back to FY24, that fund balance was $44 million. And you can see in the ensuing years, and now looking towards FY27, we've gone from $44 million to $35 million. So again, looking at prior budgets, FY24, 25, and 26, this is how much we've dipped into that fund balance. If you'll notice, as the far right, that's the proposed FY27, and you can see, despite the increased expenses that we're faced that we'll talk about in a minute. We are proposing an FY '27 general fund fund balance deficit of quite a significant reduction. Why? And again, we've talked about these in prior budget workshops, but we've got inflationary pressures. Again, I think most people are facing those for a variety of reasons, but certainly the city of Beaumont is it's not immune to those inflationary pressures. We've talked about required transfers to employee benefit funds. We've talked about contractual wage requirements. We know that our infrastructure is a challenge, and so part of the equation is trying to fund investments to repair and maintain our infrastructure, streets, roads, water, drainage, et cetera. So that's also a challenge. In years past, we would buy vehicles with additional cash. This last year, we've issued a tax note, and we plan to do the same in this next fiscal year to pay for vehicles. I think we have over 1,000 pieces of equipment, rolling stock and otherwise, that we have to use in the course of our business, and so it's always a challenge to make sure we have that equipment and rolling stock necessary to do the job that we do. And then technology, you'll see that that's a significant investment to make sure that we have the tools that we need to deliver services to the citizens. And we talked about in the prior workshop, again, the gap between revenue and expenses and the growing gap. And so this goes back to the prior budget workshop. We did project out that the ending fund balance was going to be much lower than we're proposing today. But since the initial workshops and we started working on this budget in the spring and early summer, we've taken some pretty significant steps to try to get us back in line with where we need to be. That includes a salary freeze of $4.2 million in savings, a decrease in operating supplies and equipment of $300,000. And again, this is going to the department heads and saying, look, where can we find some savings? Travel and training. Again, we've talked about that in prior workshops where some travel and training is required to maintain certifications, both for professional organizations, state and federal governments. So there is some essential travel that needs to be, we still need to do, but we've been able to cut that in half. And then also we're going to ask the employees to contribute a bit more in terms of their health benefits, and that should help as well. And then also we've cut our executive level staff to also offer some savings. So again, taking those early steps in the budget process, we've managed to lift up what was a projected further decline in the fund balance to a much better scenario. As we look forward to FY '27 and '28, we should point out that we still have the same pressures, inflation. We have essential needs. We have contractual obligations for police and fire. The employee benefit fund still faces significant challenges. We have a COVID fund that we're trying to recoup some of our expenses during the pandemic. We're still working to try to get that resolved. We have unfunded mandates that are basically, some are from the federal level, some are from the state government. I mentioned the hiring freeze is a significant cut to our expenses. However, the longer we keep that hiring freeze in place, the more difficult it becomes to provide the services we need to provide at the level we want to provide them. I mentioned infrastructure and the new debt service. We've got public safety challenges we're aware of that cost money. And then, of course, I'll mention the infrastructure again. This is just a quick history and projection of our contractual obligations for fire, police. You'll see on the far right, we've got FY27 proposed at 2%. And I mention that in relation to the hiring freeze because as we have more employees, or excuse me, we have fewer employees doing more, that's important. So what's the strategy looking forward? Again, we want to tighten our belts because as I mentioned, our revenues are increasing and we'll see that here in a minute, but our expenses are increasing at a higher rate. And so the idea is that we essentially implement an austerity campaign beginning this fiscal year, going into next fiscal year. Our hope is that this time next year we'll be in a better position as we look for efficiencies and cost savings where we will be in a better position looking towards FY28. I mentioned the hiring freeze. I mentioned the cutting executive level staff. I mentioned limited travel and training, limited supplementals. And these are additional requests by departments to try to do a better job, a more efficient job for the city. It includes new programming sometimes, but we've limited those to essential only. And then again, as I mentioned, we've really charged the department directors and division managers with taking a hard look at their operations to seeing where we can find efficiencies. And then finally, we are going to look, starting with our water fund, to undertake an efficiency study. And that will look at a variety of protocols and procedures within the water department that will extend out beyond just the water department. Because that department is connected to several other areas of operation within the city. So that's going to be something we undertake this year as well. I mentioned a hiring freeze, just a quick history on personnel, additional personnel that's been added over the last few years. 24, we added 13, FY25, 15, 26, 11. This year we propose to add 0. I mentioned that we're focusing on essential supplementals only. This list was considerably longer at the beginning of the summer, but as you look down the list, the big ticket items are related to software. And I know we've talked about the ERP. That goes into having a better tool to serve the customers in a variety of ways. And that ERP is our financial system and other systems that will extend across multiple departments. It's a multi-year process, but again, it's a big ticket item. But it is essential. The CityWorks software, that's a pretty big ticket item right under, is you'll see the initials EOL. That just means it's end of life. And so when those software packages hit the EOL status, it's a problem because they can no longer be supported by the vendors. Mentioning fleet requests, if you look, the request initially from the departments and our fleet group was 13.6 million. We've been able to pare that down to 6.4 million. As we look at capital reserve equipment, fire, IT, police, and information, we've been able to pare that back down to 5.5 million. And again, this is the equipment that's essential for these groups to do their work. I mentioned the COLA increase proposed for civilians earlier, along with police and fire. We talked about this at the last budget session workshop. To put it in kind of real terms, we did pull and looked at our median salary of our City of Beaumont civilian employee, and it falls at about $46,092 annually. And so a 2% COLA would give that employee about $76.82. I also mentioned that we're having to ask our employees to contribute more to their health plan, which is about $40 a month. And so now all of a sudden that has decreased to $36.82 per month for the median employee. And again, it's important to note that because just like inflation is affecting everyone, especially the city, it affects our employees at home. So now we'll pivot to revenues as we look towards the FY27 budget. Again, as mentioned, our revenues continue to increase. Unfortunately, our expenses outpace that. At first glance, this looks like good news, and it is because they're not decreasing. If you look towards the right of the line, you'll see how it is somewhat flattening. Another way to look at this is if you look at the increase of percentage. year over year, you can see that that increase of percentage year over year is now decreasing. So again, we're getting more money from sales tax, but the growth rate is not where we need it to be. That said, we're also looking at our proposed fee structure as part of the budget. Again, we've tasked department directors to look and see how our services that we provide that require fees compare to other jurisdictions, and ask them to offer up a recommended fair fee. And so that's listed here. So now we'll pivot and talk a little bit about property taxes. This is the assessed values that we've been provided. Going back to 2016 to 2027. Again, looking at the what that looks like over those years, you can see the good news is it's going up. But again, as you look towards the right part of the slide, you can see there's a certain amount of flattening. Similar to the sales tax, you can see the year over year growth percentage is decreasing. So looking historically at what property tax rates the city has required as part of their budget, you can see going back to 2018, 71 cents. It's held steady there for several years and has dropped or stayed stable in the following years. And I will say, for the benefit of the public, I think most know this, but just to be clear, the city does not set the tax values. That's done by a different separate entity, the appraisal district. They give us the tax values. The city council is charged with setting that rate. And so the combination of the values times the rate is what gives us that property tax revenue. Yes, sir.
And Chris, since you just mentioned it, that was one of my questions I was saving for the end, but I have a lot of conversations with people about we're raising their taxes, and I tell them we have no control over the appraisal district. Can you or somebody from your staff please explain who has authority over the appraisal district and how is it formulated and how do they make these decisions?
Yeah, it's a separate appointed board that, or elected board. It is a separate board that controls that, and it's based, they have accounting principles and appraisal principles that they go by to establish what those values are. But we, the city, do not participate in that process of setting what those values are. So I know that's always a point of confusion of, this, especially when you get your tax bill and your appraised value or your tax value has gone up significantly and you get upset. We get it. But that value, whether it goes up or down, that's not up to the city. We don't decide that. But it is fair to say that the city sets the tax rate, which combine the rate with the value that establishes how much is owed to the city, just like every other jurisdiction, like the BISD sets their own tax rate, and that accordingly gives them their revenue, some of their revenue, based on whatever that value is.
Yes, Councilwoman. Sherwood.
And since we're here, I think that it's important to note, I was watching the news yesterday, this tax rate went out to voters and they approved a certain amount, right?
So we can talk about that in just a second about the rates, but you're correct in that in November of 2025, there was a bond election. And the voters were able to choose what, if any, bond propositions they wanted to approve. And related to that, yes, it is tied to a tax increase. It is tied to additional debt. And so as a result, Prop A passed. And so now we at the city have to contend with that because we do need to pay for that expense that the voters did approve. And so in a second, we'll show what that rate was. So
The voters approved, right?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, and this is, I guess we're here. So these are the different rates, basically kind of a menu of rates to look at. We'll start with the current adopted rate. That, as is labeled, is the current adopted rate in the current FY26 budget. Then there's the no new revenue rate. And that's a calculation, as the name implies, no new revenue should be gained if we apply that rate to the new values. That's not on an individual property basis, that is on the city as a whole basis. Then, as you mentioned, the GO debt rate. So that's a rate we calculated coming out of one of the recent workshops where we wanted to show, okay, what's the current adopted rate plus the additional tax rate required to cover the GO debt. And that GO debt, that's the bond election from November. And then we also calculated the debt rate, or the current rate rather, plus debt. So that's the GO debt that the voters approved in November 2025, the CO debt that we've approved to do needed infrastructure, plus the tax note that's related to the vehicle purchase. So essentially, all the rate we need for the debt service to be covered plus the current rate is what that line shows. Then we've got the 2023 adopted rate of 0.695. And again, as the name implies, this is the rate that was in effect back in 2023. And then 2018 to 21 is, as the name implies, that's the rate that was steady for several years back in those years. And then finally, the voter approval rate. So if we hit that rate, then we can't exceed that rate, hit that rate or exceed it without going back to the voters for voter approval, which is obviously a pretty high rate. So as another way to look at the different rates, this is essentially the revenue that would be generated above the current adopted rate. So as you look across the screen, on the very far right, that's the voter approval rate that I mentioned earlier that is obviously fairly high. And then looking across, you can see the additional revenue gained from different scenarios. This is a little bit busy, but I'll start with the green and the blue. The blue being revenues, the green being expenses. The red is that 20% fund balance line in the general funds fund balance, and that's at about 36 million. And then the orange line is that ending fund balance line. So for the current adopted rate, that's part of the FY26 budget. This is where it puts us based on everything we know. And so you can see that that would put our ending fund balance in 27 well below that $36 million. And I will say that, again, that 20% is not a loss. It's just our policy. But that's the target we're aiming for here. Now, the next slide is another scenario. That's the no new revenue rate. And again, as you can see, it puts our ending fund balance still below, provides a little more revenue, but puts us still below that 20% line. Current debt rate plus GO, current debt rate plus all debt, that's 0.692802. So much closer to that 20% line. Then looking back at the 2023 adopted rate, puts us almost on line with the 20%. The 71, that's the one going back a few years back, that would put us well above the 20% rate. And then the final is the voter approval rate, which puts us well above the 36 million.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Duria.
Are you going to show a slide that actually shows how much the homeowners' taxes are gonna go up in cash, like for different value houses, how much in money per year that's gonna go up?
I think we do have a slide. If not, we can get you those numbers because we calculated it based on a $150,000 slide. But I think we do have that slide.
Councilman Crenshaw.
On page 29 of your 2027 proposed operating budget, it has a statement of revenues and expenditures. And for fiscal year 2027, it indicates 180,502,000 for expenses. And then it says the revenue loss, basically the deficit that you're projecting for 2027 is only 605,000. What rate is that based on? What tax rate?
We're getting there.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can't just tell me.
695.
695. Okay. And that is impressive. I'm not saying that rate's going to work, but that's impressive that you would have reduced what we're deficit spending and have been for the last 4 years down to 605,000. What is, and I know no one's probably going to know this off the top of your head, but what have we spent deficit wise the last 4 years? I know right now we're projecting 5 million for 2026. What do we do in 25 and 24? Oh, it's okay. It's okay. But last year was only 2.5?
2.5 and 2024 was 3.6.
3.6. Thank you.
So again, this is 76, which is voter approval rate, which is the highest being proposed. Again, additional revenue offered up by the different rates, anything above the current adopted rate of 659. And again, it just kind of gives you, this is just another way to look at the different options, giving us a different look across the, as we try to maintain that horizontal line at the top, which is 20%. So again, as I mentioned earlier, the proposed rate in this budget is based on a 0.695. And, we'll go over the reasons for that. Number one is, as we've talked about, we've had multiple years of dipping into the general fund's fund balance. And again, this is essentially the city's rainy day fund. We've got structural issues of expenses continuing to exceed revenues. This is a problem, an issue that we feel like we can make a dent in it this fiscal year and a bigger dent in it next fiscal year, but it's something we cannot solve in a single year. As I mentioned, we've got new debt obligations. A lot of that has to do with infrastructure improvements and investments that we need. Again, the desire is to maintain that 20% fund balance. And as mentioned, the proposed rate is 0.695, and that is the same rate that was in effect in 2023. As mentioned, we've already cut more than $5 million from the budget, which, as mentioned, is not sustainable forever if we want to maintain the level of services that we want to maintain and have been maintaining. And I will say that it was once said that a city manager's longevity is it's not good for a city manager's longevity to recommend raising taxes. But just to be quite fair, my job is not to maintain my longevity. My job is to give you my best recommendation on what I think you need to hear, and what and again, these are recommendations based on the facts that we have, and as such, just recommendations in terms of this budget. But this is the budget we are recommending that you adopt. I go back to this slide, it's just showing the additional revenue based on the different tax rate scenarios. This next point I think is important because, as I mentioned, in a few minutes, we'll ask you to return to budget item 1, which is to set the proposed tax rate. It's not the final tax rate, that'll be in September, but it's the proposed tax rate that this budget is based off of. That's the number here. Again, we've seen this slide. But it's important that y'all understand that not today, but in September, if you want to go anything above or to the no new revenue rate or above, it will require 5 affirmative votes to go above that rate on September 22nd. So again, we're asking y'all to approve the preliminary rate today of 0.695, which is what the budget is based off of. But in order to, and you can do that today, because remember, you can always go down between now and September, you just can't go up. But just be aware that when it comes to the final vote for the setting the tax rate, if you want to go above that 0.6839, which is the no new revenue, it will require 5 affirmative votes to do so.
Where is that coming from?
State law.
Councilman Williams?
On one of the previous slides, it had that you cut the 5 million out of this year's budget, and you said that that's not sustainable. Why?
Well, because a lot of it has to do with freezing positions, general fund positions. So I'm not saying we can't.
These positions, I'm sorry to cut you, but are they positions that have some of them sat vacant for an extended period of time prior to you?
I would say the average has sat vacant for, it just depends on the position.
Okay.
Some have extended, I will say that some have extended out maybe a year, which those are the easy to say, hey, if you haven't had this position full in a year, maybe you don't, take a hard look at that. Most of them, maybe a month or 2 or 3. And then some of them, as you know, police, fire, EMS, 911, CDL drivers, they're just hard to keep and fill. And so that plays into it as well. Yes, ma'am.
I noticed that it said salary freeze. Who is that applied to? Who is that going across the board, or when I saw that I had a question mark. What's up?
Sure. So the salary freeze only applies to non-public safety positions. So that's civilian positions. And so there are about 91 positions on the.
Excuse me, City Manager, we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
Okay.
And so we'll be back at 2:38, 10 minutes. Do we need a roll call at this point?
It's up to you. No one really left the room, and we're all here.
Okay, we'll proceed. I believe, Mr. City Manager, you were presenting.
So I'll go back one slide. Okay, so we were talking about, again, just wanted to point out that today we'll set the preliminary tax rate, which can always go down between now and September 22nd when the final is adopted, but it can't go up. But as mentioned, if anything above the no new tax rate does require the supermajority vote. And then what does that mean? As a practical matter, again, the difference between the proposed 695 and let's say we did set it at the no new revenue rate, we would need to go back and try to find 1.2 million. Same thing with the geo debt rate, try to find $2,096,765. So, and again, it always goes back to this is a similar numbers, just a different way to look at it is basically a departure from the proposed tax rate of 2023. If you went higher, what would that get you? If it went lower, what kind of cuts would we need to make? And again, seen that slide, and those are the two. So,
okay, Councilman Williams.
Whenever you go through this process and you look at a tax increase, do you kind of dive into what impact that could have on sales tax revenue? I mean, if it's more money coming out of somebody's pocket, that is less money for them to spend. So it has to be connected somehow.
Yeah, short answer, I don't think there's a formula or estimate. It is a good point because obviously the more you're spending on property taxes, the less discretionary. So it is a good point, but to answer your question, we're not factoring that in.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Councilwoman.
I saw a lot of efficiency things and cuts, but are we looking at finding money? Or, is there a way to go and find this $2 million or a way to increase, bring some more money in? What are we doing to figure out how to get some more money in here?
Right, so we are proposing to raise fees because those are more direct that we have control over. We are, as we've talked about recently, we do have an economic development effort. We are going to be looking at, our industrial agreements in the future to see if maybe we can get some better terms. We, of course, are always pursuing business. I know that this council has authorized some economic development for, like, off of Northwest Parkway, where we have some new homes going in, some new businesses going in. So those things like economic development take more time, whereas fees, we can find those revenues relatively in short order. And then again, one of the few things we have control over are the fees and then the property tax rate.
Councilman Crenshaw.
If you could go back to the slide you had before, where you give us the two options there that don't require a supermajority. It was, might have been before this one, where it had note, yeah, perfect.
This one?
Okay, so under if we elect the current rate plus the geo debt rate, it's about a $2.1 million additional deficit to the $600,000 deficit in the binder on page 29, correct?
Correct.
And does that include a 2% cost of living increase?
Yes.
Okay. And so you had earlier said that 2% cost of living increase was about 816,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Also, if we did not require the additional contribution that employees have to pay, if we did not require employees to pay that additional, did we increase at 9% or it's increased to 9%?
Increased at 9%.
Increased at 9%. So then that would be about a net reduction of about $500,000, correct? Because if we did not give the COLA, I also think it'd be unfair to not ask employees to pay more on the contribution. So it'd be about 500,000 less of that 2.1 million, right? So we'd be about 5?
I think it's 300,000. Hold on one second. Let me look.
Am I right, Laura?
For the additional the additional employee contribution should yield us, one second.
I thought a previous slide said 300,000.
I think it's 300, yes, 300.
Okay. So again, I'm running numbers trying to figure out how to get that 2.1 million down to something maybe a bit more acceptable. Tell me where we're at on travel. I know you said that you were reducing travel cost 60%.
So we were just under, if you look at the entire travel budget, we were just under $1 million. And so by reducing 60%, that basically yields a saving of about $555,000.
Okay. Fair to say that probably can't be cut anymore.
And that is also training too, so not all of it is travel. We have a lot of
So
certified.
the travel includes mandatory training for like law enforcement and firemen?
Yes.
Why would we include that in travel?
Travel.
It's travel and training.
Oh, it's travel and training. Okay, well, your slide earlier just said travel. I just think of a bunch of people flying around on airplanes.
Chris, if I may.
Yes, please.
The $308,000 that the 9% increase in the premiums amounts to, that actually goes to the employee benefits fund. So that doesn't have an impact on the general fund. The employee benefits fund is what gets impacted by that $308,000 if that increase isn't put in place.
So
It does help with a potential transfer.
It does help that way, yes, but I just wanted to be clear that the actual increase on the premiums go to the employee benefits fund.
So if I said that I didn't think it was a good idea and we had the votes not to increase the employee contribution that they have to make to that, that would not be a net savings on the current deficit projection for 2027?
That's correct. But the potential transfer would
go up.
But the 2% does absolutely impact the general fund?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then my last question, if, let's say the 2% was approved on the 2 million that we're going to be in additional deficit, have you identified what each department would have to, I've heard this happening before with organizations, each department's asked to look at its discretionary budget and cut a certain percentage in order to get us to the numbers that we need. And I'm not in any way trying to say I think that this is going to happen, but if the council adopted the current rate with the voter approved November bond election debt amount, what would each department have to cut out of their discretionary spending in order to make up for that $2.1 million gap? And I don't need an exact number, but are we talking about 10%? Are we talking about 5%?
So I wouldn't know what actually each department would have to cut, because at this point, expenditure-wise, as far as operations go, which would be what you're speaking of, we've cut everything that they can cut, because if you look at our expenditures from 26 to 27, it's $2 million. That's contractor wage increase right there. There's nothing else that.
Well, we want to say there's nothing else to cut.
It would be very, very hard. We would have to
always
dip into services or something along those lines, because as far as operations, everyone's looked at their operational budget, fine-lined it. I mean, everybody's cut it. I'm not saying there can't be. I'm sure there could be. But if you look at just the expenditure increase alone, that $2 million is your fire, police, and COLA.
Okay.
Mainly fire and police.
And then finally, what is the percentage staff is recommending that we increase property taxes, which is the city's portion? So I know the rate you're recommending is going from basically 65 cents to 69 cents, which is about 4 cents. What does that 4 cents represent overall in an increase in someone's property tax bill at the end of the year?
So
That's the one I asked you about earlier.
let me see if I can. I may have to.
And I know in the figures about if you had a $150,000 house, what's the yearly increase dollar wise is around 80 or $100 or whatever.
Well, yeah, $1.50,000 with a 1 cent increase is $15 a year. So if you do, yeah.
So Councilman Williams just said 6%. Is that accurate? We're basically,
65 is. So this
That's
slide shows, again, $150,000.
You're right.
$150,000 value house. What that would mean, obviously, from the current rate would be no change. If you went up to the 2023 proposed, it would be an additional $4.42 a month or $53 a year extra.
okay. And so we still don't have a percentage that we can tie to that we're basically asking to increase taxes.
I'm not following you.
Yeah. So today's staff has proposed, absolutely understand that the values are increasing. So even when we talk about, we didn't increase your taxes still went up, but that's a taxing entity and there's nothing we as this council can do to control that. I'm just looking at that 5% number and thank you for giving.
Yeah, and again, this slide shows the 150,000, which again, is kind of a median value, but it shows per rate what that increase would be, per year or per month.
So I guess if we broke it down even further, we could say $53 for the year. Right? I mean, if we just want to make it plain, we could say $150,000 house would be increased $53 for the year. Okay, now I'm going to get to my question, which was, with Proposition A, how much of what projects are being done now, could that number perhaps, instead of assuming all the debt, right? Because that's what we would be doing. Proposition A, all debt would be, maybe we could increase it incrementally, right? So can that happen or is that not allowed to happen?
Well, yes, so we are, the Proposition A authorized $58 million in new debt. We have only issued $38,750,000.
But how much of that is needed now because we're not, I mean, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, are we doing $38 million worth of work in 27?
No, but it is very expensive to issue debt.
Okay, that's what
we're not just talking about interest cost.
Okay, that's what I'm wondering. Can we break down what we need in order to reduce what we're saying we need? You know what I mean?
Yes, and we'll see when we look at the capital program and the basically the projects, CIP projects per year. We try to spread it out over the years. So that we're not borrowing money just so it sits in an account, we're not using it. So that's part of the strategy.
Didn't we, at an earlier meeting, you told us that as we need that money, that's when you issue the debt. You don't get the whole 58 million today.
Correct.
Spread that out over later years.
Correct. We're always looking at those projects and seeing where we are, seeing the cash flow, and then when we need money injected.
On the increase in the employee benefits, that 9%, is that because they're charging 9% more, or is that just because to bring in more revenue? Is the insurance company, did the price go up on it 9%?
So it's an attempt to cover our costs, our healthcare costs, which are extreme. I think is a way to put it. I'll go ahead, Bridget.
I was just going to say, because we are self-funded, so it's not the same as you go and buy an insurance policy. This is your cost.
But we still have to pay someone to run it, right?
Yeah, we do, but those costs are just going up, like as a whole, our claims, and I guess as a whole, health costs are crazy. Or they've increased and it's across the board. We're not unique. This isn't specialized to Beaumont.
Yeah, you may recall Holmes Murphy our consultant gave us that presentation at the last workshop session, I believe it was. So just as an example, total medical pharmacy claims in 2021 was 22.6 million. It went up to 31 million in 2025. one of the things they talked about was that's really hurting our plan is these high-cost claimants. And again, we have no control over that. But looking back over the last few years, we had 29 high-cost claimants at about $5.6 million in paid out, and it was 12.8 million this last year. So that's what's hitting. Again, we're self-insured. We have a stop-loss policy, but that affects that as well. But that's the reason is we're having to figure out how to address that. This is one, we're trying to attack that on several levels. One is this, and this is just when we're talking about those kinds of numbers, that's just a small amount. We're trying to do a better job educating our employees in terms of when it's appropriate to go to the emergency room and when it's not. I know it's confusing for folks when you have all these emergency centers and is it an emergency room or is it an urgent care and all this. So we're working with Tracy and communications on a campaign to help with that, to help to get to those costs down. But again, a big driver of those costs are these high claim individuals, which we really just don't have control over.
Talk about doing a hiring freeze, which we already shorthanded, understaffed. So that's gonna put more work on the people that are still here. And you talk, the benefits going up 9%. And if you say you're not gonna give them the 2% COLA, basically that's a cut in pay.
Yes, sir.
That's what we're asking them to do. So that's on just the civilian employees.
For the median civilian.
Have y'all looked at, when you was talking about your fleet and everything, what you had to spend on vehicles and stuff, have you looked at leasing them?
We have and do. We lease, yes. Mm-hmm.
But that, and that hiring freeze is not gonna help with retention either.
Correct.
Especially if they get doing more work and getting less money. That's not gonna help with retention at all. Yeah, that's something that we need to consider.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Turner.
Mr. Boone, when you say we do lease, and I know we talked about financing vehicles earlier, is it a reason we do mixed use and with our current situation, would you say leasing is more cost efficient than financing?
It depends on the vehicle. I can say historically, we've leaned away from leasing. We've tried to buy, our vehicles, the idea being that, and again, I think about a sedan or a police cruiser versus a fire engine. It just depends on the situation. But historically, I think we've not leased, but over the last, decade or so, we've gone to that as an option. The issue with leasing is, of course, at the end of the lease, we often, you run out of the 5 years, and so you have to lease again. Whereas, as with anybody, if you think I can use this vehicle for 10 years instead of 5, you spread your cost out over that time period. So there are pros and cons. Just like for us, when we look at should you buy or lease, there's just different factors, but they play into this as well.
Your mic.
What's the least expensive? Where you can save the most money? Do you do it leasing or do you do it buying?
Well, it's complicated, and I can ask Jeff Harville to come up and comment, but again, like at your own home, there's factors of if you lease a vehicle, it tends to be cheaper because you're just financing really the interest.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you buy it, the monthly payments are higher, but if you keep the vehicle for 10 years, then obviously your per annual makes more sense. However, if it's out of warranty, then we have repairs and maintenance and all that good stuff. And so you have to factor that in as well. So, I know Jeff and our fleet group does a really good job and they have a pretty sophisticated system of how much does the vehicle cost new, how much is it to lease, how much have we invested in repairs And then what is that percentage? And again, depending on the equipment, there tends to be a break even to say, look, we're putting more into this vehicle in repairs than we could buy it new. And so then it's like, okay, that's when we need to look at buying or leasing. But again, I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, I think the request was 12 million. And that number is not just once. It's because, of course, like with any vehicle, the older it gets, the more money you're putting into it.
I wasn't done.
You're not done?
It's just in order for me to make a educated decision. I like the cost comparison on both. I know we kind of throwing it back and forth, but just for me to be able to make a concrete decision, I like to actually see it. My next thing is, and are we to the point where you're looking for direction, or you just kind of?
So,
what are we at the point where you're asking for our opinion and where we're at on everything, or what?
Well, we can do it as we go. So again, today is y'all are receiving the proposed budget. After this, we'll ask you to set the preliminary tax rate with the idea that September 8th, we'll ask you to adopt the final budget. So there is some time to make adjustments, but this budget is, we've taken feedback, from the prior workshops. And again, we're struggling with some of these issues, but this is what we're proposing. So we're asking you to preliminarily accept it today, set the rate preliminarily today, but there's still time to make adjustments.
Yes, sir. And it's just some things in limbo that I kind of struggle with, because even with, Councilwoman Sherwood asked earlier about more revenue coming in. And we're kind of saying we're working on it, but I know we talked about these industrial agreements for quite some time. Like, I understand working on it, but the part we in right now, we kind of need to see where we at before we make these decisions, because one thing that I've learned since I've been on council, I'm just no longer comfortable making decisions without knowing all the facts and seeing financial analysis of, before I give this increase, how would this impact us in 4 more years? I've asked that multiple times, and I'm saying, and I've been told we can afford it, but it looks like we're at a point where we gotta I can't just say okay and support it. I need to see for a fact.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, we don't do it much here. I know some cities, they will have a fiscal impact statement. In other words, when you're doing something big, you always see in our agenda items that it's funded accordingly and it's in an approved budget. But some things extend out multiple years. And so, they do it in Austin at the legislature. What's the fiscal impact of doing this? And so we could definitely look to that. Going back to the abatements and IDAs, it is any expected revenues from those are included. It's just, we talked about as we get closer to renegotiating a lot of these industrial agreements in FY29, we can't really do anything until FY29 because they're already locked in. If I know we've had some recent abatement agreements where we've gotten some revenues. And so as those come along, we certainly will operate in that manner, and especially under the new abatement policy that we look to present here pretty soon. But until those things are actually in writing and we can count on them, we can't include them in the budget.
And also we discussed some of these high claims and insurance, and we kind of kicked around maybe an in-house doctor. Have we did an analysis to see if it would be beneficial for us to go in that direction versus continue to see these costs rising because of, if an employee says they're sick, they don't go see our doctor first, they go straight to the emergency room or where they may choose.
Yeah, I didn't mention that earlier when we talked about these different things we're trying to do to get that under control, but that is something we are looking at as kind of an in-house clinic. Whether we contract with somebody, some jurisdictions have a turnkey, they just run a clinic. That is a potential savings. The issue is it's a big upfront cost, and then you realize the savings over the coming years, but only to the extent that your employees participate in it. And again, Holmes Murphy has just let us know that there are potential savings there, but our big hits are these high claim individuals. So it's not going to help It's not gonna be a silver bullet.
Yeah, and just lastly for me, our regular employees don't have the pleasure of a union to negotiate on their behalf. So I have to speak to that. I have to explain to employees all the time when we give increases one way, and I gotta look them in the face and speak to why it's not the same for them. So for me, I just can't in good faith not do nothing for the employees, knowing we're doing a hiring freeze and an increase in the premium cost for the insurance. Also, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm not big on just raising it just to get to 20%. I can't talk around it. So me personally, I need us to figure out a way to, find the money and figure it out. But I don't want to not take care of the employees who don't have that leisure of having someone to negotiate on their behalf. I've ran into several people, and I feel them when they tell it to me. My second thing is, I just give you an example. Last year, we had budget restraints and issues, and yeah, it wasn't easy, but we told the manager, you need to go cut it this much more. So that might be the point where we might have to just have some uncomfortable conversations and do what needs to be done. But just me personally, I can't hit the employees 3 different ways. I can't support that.
If I may. So our 20%, yeah, it might be lower than that, higher than the 16% that we've talked about, but we are also in a very unique climate, right? We are subject to hurricanes. We are subject to natural disasters, and all of those things are very expensive. So that's one of the reasons why we do have a higher reserved fund balance. And kind of like Miss Amy Schmidt had just talked about, a lot of the areas that we've kind of already looked. We've pretty much already asked departments to cut to the bare minimum, and what we have left.
And this is why I asked early, and I've asked multiple times, why bring increases to us that clearly we may not be able to financially afford if we're a part of a financial negotiating team and it's presented to council. We're not in day-to-day operations. Now the decisions are on the backs of us, but we're not in day-to-day operations. So that's what my issue is by saying yes again, because ultimately it falls back on us. Similar to when a decision is made, it's blown out to the community. The council said yes, but the recommendation didn't come from the council. So I can't operate in good faith that way anymore.
And I'd like to piggyback on that, because what we're basically saying is police and fire, we negotiated these contracts that basically we can't afford, and now everything else needs to be cut, and nobody's going to say it, but I will, right? We have contractual obligations for over 60% of the budget going to a particular sect of people, right? And now, can we go back to them and say, hey, will you not take a raise this year? Can we go back to them and say, hey, can we not contractually do this 3, 5, 7, 6, 8%? No, we can't, right? There are instances where cities have been on the brink of bankruptcy because they don't get an option to say they don't have the money for public safety. You got to find it when it comes to public safety. Well, we also need to find it when it comes to our employees. That's pretty much how I feel.
Thank you. Councilman Crenshaw, then Councilman Williams.
Well, I think Mr. Williams wanted to go next,
Okay.
Mayor, and that's fine.
And I heard it at several meetings about public safety and how much we spend, and it's tough for me to continue to let them be the whipping child of our budgetary issues. I just think that is so unfair. I mean, we can point to, some of us weren't here, but we've spent $5 million on the AT&T building for a piece of property that's now vacant, that's sitting there, that's not collecting any tax money. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on hotel studies, on bond studies, and to sit up here every single meeting and say, public safety, public safety. Public safety is pretty important to the people of this city. People care about that. They want to feel safe. They want to go to dinner. They want to know someone's going to show up. And every meeting we talk about them and what they do and what they don't do. And that's where our, financial issues coming from. And I think it's pretty unfair. And I think some of the past decisions of prior councils, whenever the money was good, whenever there was money in the bank and money was spent, it's coming home to roost now. And we're here and we're going to take, responsibility for it and handle it. But I'm not putting this on the back of the men and women of the fire department, of the police department, of EMS. It's our doing, not theirs.
Councilman Crenshaw.
And just to echo on that, I mean, yes, we spend maybe higher than the state average in public safety, but we also have one of the highest crime rates in the state. So, when your crime rate's high, you got to spend more on public safety. And when you ask people what issues are impacting Beaumont and keeping our growth down, it's crime in the school district. So, we've got to address that. Okay, so here's what I've been wanting to say for the last 15 minutes. I went to Beaumont.bonds.com, one of these websites we paid that high dollar consultant out of Austin to set up for us. It says, how much will this cost me on Proposition A? Total cost, $58.2 million. Estimated tax impact for a $154,000 Beaumont valued home, $3.14 a month. I'm assuming staff is only asking us to increase the GO debt amount, which voters approved in 2025, by about $2 because we've only borrowed $38 million of the $58 million. Is that accurate?
I mean,
No?
that sounds roughly
Yes? No?
correct.
Yes? That's why? To me, that's already setting us back, right? And so what I would much rather staff had done was said, look, we told voters this is going to cost you an extra $3.14 a month in November of 2025. Voters approved it. And when you came to us with a proposal on the tax rate, we could have taken our current rate and added the $3.14 a month. That's already higher than the no new revenue rate of 68 cents. That would have been somewhere between the 68 cents and the 69 cents. So it's things like that. It seems like we're almost up here fighting against ourselves and we're making this more difficult than it needs to be. I could have gone to people and said, look, I don't want to raise your taxes, but voters in November of 2025 approved raising your taxes $3.14 a month on a $150,000 valued house. Therefore, our new rate is going to be the current rate plus whatever it is, and that's what we need to do. And we wouldn't be here fighting over a lot of these issues that we're fighting on right now. So that right there is just a perfect example, and I'm not trying to beat up on staff at all. I know y'all have a difficult job. I love Laura Clark joining our staff and the amazing job she's doing over the money and finance. But these are the type of things that I think would make this situation so much easier to explain to people when we say we're not raising your taxes any more than what voters approved in November of 2025. And we're only increasing it instead of all these crazy numbers to 5%. That's just so much easier to explain. Or, yes, your taxes are going to go up about 3.5%, but that is what voters approved in November of 2025. So with that said, I'll stop talking.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Turner, then Councilman Durio. And watch your mics. That's right.
Yes, sir. And accountability is one big thing, but we also have made decisions with accountability as far as on this council with settlements and lawsuits. We made decisions with, services that we no longer oversee or take care of, and we made them decisions together as a council. All of us voted on not only those decisions, but also we voted on increases to public safety. Again, I reiterate, I ask all the time for financial forecasts where we can know how this will impact us if we make this decision. I voted for it, but what I'm saying is in the future, it would make sense, it would be more beneficial to know, okay, if we do this, this is what we're looking back for in the future. And I've asked, prior to me voting for this, can we afford it? And if we can, that's great. But if we're in a position where we're at right now, some things we just simply can't afford. I'm just not okay as a council member to do one segment at this percentage. And I understand public safety is on the front line, but also to go out and we literally just had a hole in the ground the other day and people worked around the clock to fix it. And to tell those people nothing, I just can't in good faith support that.
Thank you, Councilman. The Councilman Durio.
Yeah, piggyback of what Councilman Williams said. Of course, you don't want to put this on the back of a single set of employees, but what about we kind of put it on the back of the rest of the employees? That's my thing. I mean, they're all important. Those guys that fixed the hole over there, the ones that fixed the water thing by the courthouse, we're leaving one and going straight over there. All our employees are important. We shouldn't put this on the back of any of them at all. None of the employees. That's the only thing we're saying. Don't put it on the back of anyone. And I want to ask you, Mr. Manager, for us to be in this current situation, is it a combination of lowering the tax rate, but prices are going up? Would you say that got us in the situation that we're in right now?
It's a combination of factors. It is.
Would you say it's wasteful spending?
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't say necessarily. I'm just saying when you have an operation of this size, there are always efficiencies that can be found, and I think we'll find them. And part of this discussion is, spending FY20, the rest of 26 and 27, really digging in to find those efficiencies. Some of it's going to take, a lot of work because some are easy, some are low hanging fruit where you can say, look, we're doing this and we can do this and save some money here. Do we really need to do this? But it has to be thought about, and that's where the department directors, division managers, and employees can help us there. Efficiency studies are going to take a little bit longer. So I think there are some low-hanging fruit and then some middle-hanging fruit that we can find. And that's what we're going to be doing through this FY26 and into FY27. Because one of the things we talked about last year is instead of waiting till, the summer to get into how are we doing, and not that we don't have monthly reports, we do, but do a mid-fiscal year check-in in April and say, this is where we're at. Because, if things, are more dire, then we'll have to take a look. But hopefully by that time, we will have found some of these efficiencies. So it's a combination of taxes and inflation and as we've talked about, the issue with the insurance and on and on and on. So it's a variety of factors.
So I just want to keep in mind that all our employees, they have families. And if we're gonna not give them a raise and go up on their insurance, that's basically a cut in pay. And then we're gonna be asking them to do more work because we're already shorthanded. And I think all that needs to be taken into effect. They all work hard. Public safety, water department, drainage, everybody, So I don't want to put it on the back of just one set of people. But we got to take into effect, these people have families to support. They evidently they must like working for the city of Beaumont because they could have left here a long time ago and made more money somewhere else. But they stay here, they support us. So we have to support them, we have to have their back too. And can't put all this on just their back. I have one other question. So basically what Councilman Crenshaw was just saying, we're just asking for like 1 penny more than what the voters approved with the bond? No. Oh, okay. Less than a penny.
For less. And what I'm saying was I would rather staff had come to us with the amount that voters approved and voted on in November of 2025 instead of less, which I assume when we borrow the other $20 million that we haven't borrowed yet next year, or the year after that, we're going to come back and ask to increase our GO debt amount again. And I just think that we're fighting against ourselves. And it would have been a lot easier from the beginning if we would have just come in and said, voters approved the $3.14 increase a month on a $150,000 house. That's what they're expecting. And that's what we're proposing that we do. And the numbers would be a lot better than what we've got right here.
And I said that several times, and I've been trying to figure out why are we performing as if this hadn't already been approved, because people already knew that taxes were going to go up. We're saying we're not raising taxes. Yes, we are, because they said so. Either you're going to go with what the people have already said, or you're going to not perform what they have already said is necessary to do, which would have been simpler, because yes, we're arguing about something that must happen.
The ballot literally said this is a tax increase,
The
which
end.
state law required.
Hello.
So, Councilman Williams.
But the tax rate proposed today, it is above, right? I mean, I'm not following.
It's only proposed to go up to 60, the
0.6, the
65 plus the GO debt rate only increases to 67. So that's why the $3.04 on 68 cents threw me off, because I thought we said this was going to cost more on the bond. And so the ballot said the $3.14. That's what we educated voters on the increase would be, which they approved. And so to me, that should probably be somewhere between it's less than what staff is recommending today, but it's higher than the no new revenue rate. I'm assuming, going by y'all's, these are y'all's numbers.
The rate with the current rate plus the bond rate was like 0.675.
It is. But
And the no new revenue rate is what, 0.683?
But what I'm saying is they did not include all of the bond money on the GO debt rate that they proposed to us. Okay. Because they've only borrowed 38 million.
Okay.
But taxpayers already in November approved.
I follow you now.
Correct.
I'm assuming that's what they did. I don't know that.
That is correct.
The increase that's going towards the bond, that money can't be used on the rest of the budget. It just has to be used on the projects that goes with Proposition A.
Yeah, the additional INS, the additional debt service is separate than the M&O rate.
Okay.
And again, just, the current, because it's not broken down here, but the current debt rate is 0.181. And in order to cover the debt, new debt, it needs to go to 0.214.
But is staff going to come back to us next year when we borrow the other $20 million and say that the INS has gone up again and we need to increase again? Like, that's why I'm saying I don't understand why we broke that up when voters already approved it in November. Why didn't staff come to us and say, this is what the rate needs to be because this is what was approved?
I wasn't here then, but what I can say is, so the tax rate is broken up between the INS and the M&O. The INS rate is a calculated rate that comes from the tax office based on you turn in what your debt requirements are going to be for that coming year. And then it calculates that debt rate. And then the M&O rate is where you have a little bit of wiggle room. And so while I've been late to this budget process, what I saw was that the debt service overall, it was going up just over 3 pennies. So that was that 18 cents to 21 cents. And then the 0.695 allows a small increase on the M&O side,
Right.
Just a very small increase versus it staying the same. But at the very least, if you don't change the overall rate because of the shift to the 3 cents, then you're actually taking that money out of the general fund, and that's funds that it had had the prior year and what wouldn't have now. So I think that is part of the manager's recommendation to shift the 3 pennies and have a small incremental increase in the M&O.
And that makes more sense then. So in essence, the 3 cents represents only the 38 million out of the 58 million that we borrowed. And that if we would have borrowed the full 58 million already, that 3 cents would likely be higher, maybe around 4.5 cents or whatever. And you would have recommended the higher rate. And so that's why we're not doing that right now.
Right, it'll calculate a higher rate as more debt is added.
More debt is added.
In addition, I believe there's some certificates of obligation that have been issued in order for maybe street rehab and some things. And then then also the tax note that was approved in this budget, the 26 budget for fleet purchases. So that will also have debt requirements. So all of that gets figured into the debt service calculation, the INS calculation.
But to answer your question, when we get to that point to get the additional tranche of money, yes, we'll be coming back to you and say, hey, we need more.
And that's what I said. And to me, it would have made sense if we did it all at once, but now I understand why we're saying
Yeah, 'cause
we're having to break it up because we can't increase, is it the INS? Okay, we can't increase the INS over what it actually is. Gotcha. So I think I'm still back then, well, for whatever it matters, I'm still back then at the 0.67.
So, Mr. Boone, at the different rates that you showed us, how would that each different one affect our, I think she had mentioned before, our bond rating?
Well, we can't know for sure, but on our bond rating calls, they have expressed concern about the gap between revenues and expenditures and trying to close that gap. Bridget, you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, that is, you know, because they've asked, hey, we're seeing you dipping into your general fund. Are you going to stay at your 20%? They have specifically asked that. And if we continue to dip into our general fund and we're not closing that gap, and we don't have a plan, they want to see a plan for us to close that gap. And not only that, they want to see it come to fruition. They want to see us appropriately carry out that plan. And that's what this budget is doing. So that we don't get our.
Budget,
I'm sorry?
closed budget that we're looking at, that's what it's doing? Is planned to get that?
Yes.
Get to there?
Exactly, so that we don't get our bond rating dinged, and so that, you know, debt as we're issuing it isn't more expensive for the city.
Councilman Williams.
Whenever you're having these conversations and they're expressing the concern and where we're headed, I know that you weren't in that position and Chris wasn't in his, but have they said if they shared the same concern with the shrinking fund balance over the last 4 or 5 years, or is this the first time that they've said we're now concerned about it?
I can't speak.
It's been consistent, just because like whenever we have to go out for debt, when we're issuing debts for certificate of occupancies, we have to do a due diligence document. Some of the questions are the same: projected expenses, what are we spending? So there's not a direct question related to our general fund, but they do ask about revenues, they do ask about expenses. The documents, the due diligence documents don't change. I think now the questions probably are more targeted. But it's based on our own financial policies. But the questions in the documents have been consistent on, like, what are your revenues? What are your expenses? What are your projected things? And they base that on, essentially, when you issue debt at a certain rate, like, it's like your credit score, your ability to pay it back.
But surely they were concerned as the general fund went from $50+ million to where it is now. I mean, they've raised these concerns every year, I guess, is my.
So what I'm saying is like what she's presenting as a concern is that the document itself, the questionnaire itself doesn't really change. Okay. So there's always been questions about our revenues, like what's in your general fund, what's in your thing. So I'm assuming in the last couple of years, because the amount of our general fund balance and compared to our revenue and spending, or the amount of money that we supplement from it, has become a question. Like, we're supplementing more, but it hasn't really been, there hasn't been a targeted change in the questionnaire that we've seen.
And when would like a trigger happen, I guess, to where it would impact your bond rating? I mean, when does that happen?
We don't know. It's kind of like when you have a credit score. It seems to be a very complicated formula, but to that end, as the city attorney was mentioning and the CFO, they're looking at trends. And so they see what the trends have been. And so as Ms. Evick mentioned, I mean, they are asking us about it. So at what point is it a deal where, guess what, we're going to have to raise our INS rate higher than we would have because our score just changed? I don't know.
Okay.
But those questions are being asked.
So that current 695 bond rating.
I can't say that for sure. I can just say these questions are asked when they're setting the bond rating.
So whenever we bring this back we finally approve everything, are y'all to go back and look through everything and make sure that everything was figured out right and correct and double check and all that stuff?
Yes.
And let's do keep in mind, because we want to draw this forward I think, for household budgets, is our general fund comes from our sales tax and our property tax. Like this year, we had a 1.5% increase in our property tax revenue. If Beaumont was growing more, perhaps we would have had a 5%. So, and certainly that's what the state of Texas has seen, to be able to have surpluses, is larger amounts. And the same with sales tax. So like right now, at this point, hopefully using best projections and good practices, we're projecting what those sales tax and property taxes are going to be. But there's many things that can occur throughout the year that can have impacts on that we're not going to know about now. And certainly in years past, we've done that. And we had significant, like personally, I'd get concerned about sales tax continuing to go up because I see more and more Amazon packages being delivered, and those we don't get the sales tax revenue from, because they're not from, if I'm correct on that, it has to be from the last point of sale.
But we should pretty soon. I just saw that building yesterday.
Well, and I don't know when, and that could end up helping it, but I don't know if, when I asked that question before, my understanding it was the place that ships the product is the one that gets.
Yes, last month.
Yeah, so.
You said last mile? So if it comes from there, if they ship it, then Beaumont will get the sales tax off of it?
No.
No?
No, we ship it.
Councilman Turner, can you turn your mic, please?
On what's being shipped from the Beaumont location once it's built, but until.
That's true. Until then, we don't get
Yeah, and we don't know what that number's going to be at this point, because we don't. But so that is that's always, there are always going to be projections on revenue and certainly on expenditures too. So what they're presenting to us is what they believe to be best at this point.
So again, we just talked about the variance from the proposed 695 rate and what that means in terms of the ending fund balance. And so again, proposed property rate in terms of what we're talking about here is flattening the curve, right? So we just talked about the ending fund balance curve. As we talked about in the beginning of the presentation, it was a little more dire. But we feel like this proposal starts to flatten that curve, where we might get some less pointed questions from the bond rating agencies. Again, accommodating the bond election, debt, CO debt. We seek to balance desired tax rate with needed services. We've talked about proposed increases and contractual ones. Allows us to continue to find efficiencies. As I mentioned, this is an ongoing process. We've talked about the freeze and the impact. The longer it goes on, the greater impact potentially. And then again, we've talked a little bit about federal and state mandated, unfunded mandates. We have several $100,000 in this budget that wasn't required last year, but because of state unfunded mandates, we're having to cover those costs. So at the end of the day, we've seen this similar slide before with prior projections, but this is what is included in your proposed FY27 budget. I think we've talked about most of these numbers. We've seen them in the graphs, but the idea is you can see the dipping into the fund balance is greatly reduced. And again, the idea is to try to slow down that until we can allow some revenues to catch up with expenditures. And again, same slide, just giving you the history of dipping into that fund balance. With that, before we get into the solid waste rate change, any other questions about the general fund? Not, we'll jump in.
Let me ask you one more question I just thought about. When y'all were looking at this COLA increase, did you get to 2%? You just stopped there? Y'all didn't look at what 3% would be like, or 2.5%?
We did. We would like to give 3%, but we're just trying to balance it with the challenges that we're facing.
I hope we can continue to look in and see if we can make that happen.
Okay. So going into the solid waste change, again, we're not proposing an increase in our garbage rates, but we are, as discussed in prior, proposing an increase of $5 per cubic yard of tipping fees, compacted and uncompacted, to kind of get us to a more statewide average and even a regional average, and giving us some revenue, knowing that we're going to have some expenditures coming down the line to try to put in some new cells at the landfill to extend the life. Any questions on the solid waste?
Go back.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Turner.
I know we kind of talked about this. Is it still one line, or did we look into a commercial line and a regular line?
Yeah, I think we still have one line, but I'll ask Fernando, any comments on the line getting into the landfill? Are we still on one?
On the line, I'm sorry.
Like, I
Entrance
guess
line.
queuing up to get into the landfill?
Oh, the line, no, there's no way, except when it rains. Yes, I'm sorry. The line on the landfill is basically when it rains, is when we have to deal with all the mud, which we have to create a rock road to get up on top of the landfill, and that way we minimize that wait time. But we're still working on that, waiting for the next budget so I can buy more rocks, so.
Okay.
Can't do without money.
Yes, sir.
So my question is, well, there's more than one, but first, when are we going to start selling our methane? Do you know when that line's going to come on and we're going to start?
On the gas line?
Yes.
It should be done in October. We should start seeing actually the gas going across.
Okay.
We have our inspection for the preliminary gas audit to see if make sure we're covered properly to capture all the gas, and then we'll go from there.
Do we have any anticipated revenues from that? Have we done anything on that?
No, I have heard the quality of the gas is good. So I have heard that, but I haven't heard the volume yet. Until we bring down some of the water in the landfill so that we can up the generator, up the gas rate that we're trying to produce.
Okay. And my other question is, how many cities in Texas provide free refuge pickup? When I say the claw, basically, that comes in and picks up solid waste, trees.
Yeah, most cities that I've worked in, when it comes to heavy trash, it's once a month. And, that's it. Once a month for, every location within the city.
Have you looked at what kind of savings that would bring if we just did that once a month?
I have not, but the problem with this location is the rain, heavy vegetation. Unless the people that cut it down take it to the landfill, it's going to build up. Right now, we do heavy trash is consistent, about 750 tons a week. Okay, that is a week.
Right.
So, and we pick up every week. We also pick up about 700 to 800 tons of regular garbage, residential garbage every week. That doesn't include the 1,200 tires that we pick up and have to process and or ship out, which there's no revenue for. That's all what we do for the city.
What is that costing us?
Well, 1,200 tires a month is what we receive just in the tires. To dispose one trailer, you're looking at probably 2 trailers if we shipped it all, 2 to 3 trailers if we shipped it all. That's about, let's say, $12,000 just to ship that trailer out, fully loaded.
And we don't charge.
And we don't charge.
So not for today, but one of the things we're talking about is having some conversations about level of service and what council wants to see moving forward. And what impact that might have on the budget.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. You got a question?
Yes, the tires you're talking about shipping out, are those tires brought into the landfill, or is that stuff y'all picking up on the side of the street?
That's basically what we pick up.
Okay.
And we get calls and we either get residents calling us for tires or the drivers, as they're driving by, sees tires, they call them in. So we segregate those and send a truck out to go pick those up when we have it available.
Now, if you have tires, people bringing tires to the landfill, is that something you could charge them for?
Oh, we are charging for that, yes. Those do get charged for. But everything we pick up, anything solid waste touches.
The refuge on the curbs. Because I know a lot of tree services will give you two prices. Our price to haul it to the landfill, or another price for us to put on your curb and let it be picked up for free. Same thing goes with remodeling. They'll say, hey, we'll bring a trailer out here, or we'll just dump everything on your curb and let the city pick it up. And so I would like to see, charges.
We're not supposed to pick up construction debris.
But we do.
We're.
I know. But I'm just thinking outside the box.
Correct. Everything that we handle, there is no revenue for.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
So on that same note, as business owners, and I know there's a bunch of us up here that are business owners, when a department or a company is losing money, you don't just look at your administration staff. You begin to look at the efficiency of each department. And a department head may not think something needs to be cut. Good example is Good Sam. That saved us $300,000, but it wasn't asked to be cut from the budget. So I would like to see an efficiency study, water department, drainage department. How many men do we actually need on a crew? How many men are actually working? Do an efficiency study. Look at what's going on, because that's what we do. If a department is losing money, or one of my rigs is losing money, or a store's losing money, we don't go, hey, we're going to start cutting upper staff. We go to that store and we find out what's going on. Do we have too many people staffed there? What is the problem that's going on? And so I don't know if we've actually looked at that, or if we've just said, hey, each department head, find what you can cut and let's cut it, versus saying, let's see how efficient each department is running and can it run better? So that's just my.
Thank you.
Okay. Nothing else on the solid waste. We'll move into proposed changes to water and wastewater rates. Just a quick history on wastewater and water rate increases. As y'all recall, we had HDR present an analysis and recommendation that they've been doing for the last few years at two separate workshops this summer on the budget. This is a portion of the proposal that Grady Reed presented back then, and so you can see this is you see the new debt being added. So what they're doing, again, is forecasting based on revenue projections and new debt obligations. And so the proposal in the budget is no increase to water rates, but as mentioned, revenues in the wastewater portion of the utilities fund are not covering expenses. And so there were several proposals that were presented, and so we're recommending scenario B, which is a 5% increase in the demand charge, which is kind of your base charge for all non-senior customers. No increase to the volume rate for single-family residential, and then a 17 increase rate for the others, which tends to be commercial and industrial. And this is a breakdown that HDR proposed. And again, you can see, like, for example, the senior citizen 5/8 meter, no increase. But that's what's being proposed.
So this is the, Mr. Mayor, is it okay if I?
Yes, go ahead.
So is this the same gentleman that came and spoke to us? And I asked him, I said, how can we have good numbers when we haven't given them good numbers? Because we don't actually know how much is not being collected on our, and he actually last year came to us and said we need to do a water rate increase, and then came back this time and said, my numbers were wrong, we didn't need to. So before we start raising rates, I think that we got to make sure that we have 100% collection on these. I mean, we have no idea how much money we're not collecting. And everybody's going to see a $50 or $75 increase in their water bill because a lot of the meters haven't been read correctly. And so before we start raising rates, I think we need to make sure that we're getting 100% collection, and then we have good numbers that we know that we can choose from. And so that's, again, my thoughts.
Okay. All right. And this is just a quick snapshot of the many funds that, well, some of the funds, we actually have more than this, but these are the primary funds that, the revenues versus expenditures and kind of where we end up. And again, you'll see that the Employee Benefits Fund, the Municipal Transit Fund, as is typical, will have to be shored up. And with that, are there any questions before we jump into the capital improvement plan?
Go ahead.
All right. So, and again, you've seen these slides before. This is just the FY27 through 2031 capital improvement plan. You'll see there I guess, kind of salmon colored on this screen. That's your CO. The gold indicates those are what we would consider more GO. A lot of those in gold came off of the bond election. I think there was the idea was to keep them in here, but set them beyond FY28, which would be the earliest for reconsideration of any kind of debt issued or a new bond election. But again, the idea is this plan is looked at every year as part of the budget and can be adjusted accordingly. You also see a lot of these projects are pushed out to future consideration. So these are the parks components. Again, some of these are underway currently. This is the facilities. Downtown development. Again, a lot of these were tied up in the bond consideration, so they've been pushed out to future consideration. And then we get into the water. And you can see, I believe the green is revenue bonds, the blue is grant funding. So you can see pretty substantial amounts here, but it speaks to the amount of infrastructure we have and the amount of work that we need to do to make sure it's operating properly. And then this is the wastewater side. So like the 23rd Street sewer trunk line, you'll see all and again, y'all have the CIP in front of you. Yes, sir.
Chris, just a quick question. On that slide where we're talking about $9 million next year in water improvements, I think it was the next one. Yes. So annual water line replacement, $9.1 million for 2027.
Mm-hmm.
What does that $9.1 million include? Is that just the cost of going out and actually replacing the line and the materials, or does that 9.1 million include the salaries that we pay water people to do?
Yeah, this is pipe bursting. I'll let Molly Villarreal speak to that.
So wages and salaries of water utilities employees are paid out of our annual budget. The $9 million of annual water line replacement represents the, part of that is the inventory in the water utilities warehouse for the water lines, valves, and fittings, in addition to the many water line replacement projects that we have, such as previously the Gladys water line replacement.
Okay.
Highlands water line replacement as part of the Highland project is paid out of this line item, and similar projects.
Okay, so 9.1 million in 2027 is both materials we have in the warehouse and money we pay to contractors for the water line replacement.
That's correct. And we arrived at that approximate 9 million per year because our objective is to replace approximately 1 to 1.4% of the water distribution system annually.
Okay. And maybe I'm just not seeing it really quickly, but what's the amount we're going to spend next year to improve the sewer lines so they don't back up in people's houses?
So that's covered in a couple of them. So we have the counterpart to the annual water line, and we have the annual collection system renewal, which is at for FY27 estimated at $6.1 million, and also our annual lift station repair and improvements, which is estimated for FY27 at $940,000, in addition to multiple individual projects that have their separate line items.
What's going on downtown? Why are we spending 4.6 million on sewer there? That seems like a big number, and it seems like the calls we get about sewer aren't necessarily downtown, and they're in the residential neighborhoods.
So part of that is related to converting two existing deteriorating downtown lift stations to a new central lift station, and to rehabilitate the existing 30-inch concrete sanitary sewer force main.
And will that have a positive impact on sewer issues across the city, or is it mainly just focused on downtown?
It directly impacts the area north of downtown. You're looking at the vicinity of just north of downtown from about the Magnolia east, and then up north past East Lucas.
I hear you. I'm just trying to figure it out. So, I generally tell people when they complain about can't flush their toilets, I say we spend $6 million a year trying to improve that out of our enterprise fund. What is, and I don't need an exact amount, but just a ballpark figure, what are we going to spend to improve that for fiscal year 27?
Could you repeat that question?
So I tell people when they say they can't flush their toilets, I say the city spends about $6 million a year improving our sewer lines so that you can flush your toilet when it rains. It looks like in 2027, we're spending a lot more than $6 million.
26.
6 million? Yeah. Okay, so that's what we can say?
That's operations.
So we get to say 26 million?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Okay. If no other questions, let's see. These are more CO street and drainage projects. And this is a totaling of, so again, looking at infrastructure, it's a considerable amount of investment. And in conclusion, again, as mentioned earlier, while we can't correct course in a single budget year, we feel like we are on the right course. I will say that city staff is doing amazing job, continuing to serve the citizens, the staff, the directors, the division managers. Again, this is going to be an ongoing process as we go into 2027 to try to find some efficiencies. So I appreciate the work that they have done and are doing. And then finally, special thanks to Laura Clark, our Deputy City Manager, Bridget Evick, our CFO, Amanda Hill, our Assistant CFO, and Amy Schmidt, our Budget Officer, who has spent tireless hours working on getting us to this point. But with that, are there any additional questions?
Councilman Turner?
This kind of came up briefly earlier, but, in the past, I know the city wanted a certain amount of revenue in case of a storm. The city would have to get everything back going. But correct me if I'm wrong, or to my understanding, if it's a storm, don't we now pay a deductible versus having to pay everything out of pocket up front?
Well, I think the bigger concern is operating expenses immediately during and after, because you have a lot of additional expenses. So that's the big concern. Traditionally, we've gotten FEMA funding for certain things, but that seems to be harder and harder proposition.
Agreed, similar to the COVID situation.
Yes. And so I think you go back to, what is a comfortable fund balance? Again, the policy is 20%. We've talked about the GFOA, the general accounting, the government accounting group recommends about 16.5% as a minimum, because that translates to about 2 months of operating. So it's all together. I mean, every city faces challenges, but with our history and experience with storms, we know that they can be expensive propositions, and they can take a lot of time and money to recover from.
But I just want to know, in case of a storm, do we pay a deductible now, or is it the way it was structured when we're experiencing the storms, where the city had to put the funding up and we had to wait to be reimbursed? Meaning the way we're insured now.
We're insured through TM.
Yeah.
Now we're in the risk pool, so it should be different.
It depends on the claim.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of our heavy equipment and new vehicles and structures are covered in windstorm and up to a certain dollar amount. But also there are other expenses that go with the storm. So if you're asking solely on damage, a lot of our infrastructure would be covered by claims. But if you're talking about the other intangible costs, for example, doing a city shutdown, contracts for police and fire have shutdown pay, which is substantial callback pay. Calls into question. So that's different and separate from our normal overtime and normal general payroll expenses. There are also some things that would not necessarily be covered by the storm itself, or that we would need to remedy quickly in order to resume normal city functions. So for example, if there was damage done to the Jefferson Theater, we could potentially, that would obviously disrupt some of our events facilities, operation and revenues, but we would be able to, city as a whole would be able to function, correct? If there was damage, or substantial damage done to City Hall, where a primary of our functions for IT, as well as the day-to-day operations for city water functions, we would probably need to consider paying those expenses up front while we waited on that, before we waited on that claim to be processed. Same for if there was substantial damage to our water facilities that happened during Harvey. We had to upfront a lot of that cost just because the water system itself was impacted. So we needed to get the operations up and running and then wait to be reimbursed. So we would be insured by TML at that time. The city would have had to make a decision to whether or not we waited for our claim to be processed before restoring clean water and portable water to our citizens, or whether or not we wanted to upfront the cost to perform this, the repairs ourselves in order to get the city back operational and functional. So those are some things to consider.
And see, and the thing about that is, and I know that's at a level, a federal level, we can't control, but similar to the city's mind frame at the time when COVID took place was maybe we do this and it would come back, and as of right now, that hasn't happened. And that's what scares me in these situations when you spend these funds up front with the expectation of getting them back in return.
So, in those regards, like even when we're spending for those things, we document for the ability to be reimbursed by BEMA, but it's never with the intent that we're going to get a full reimbursement. We operate under the ability to maintain normal operations. Like what's the bare minimum that we have to do in order to get the city back to a functional point to where we're no longer on a city closure, because a city closure is expensive, right? We're paying employees who are on salary, who are not here. Our part-time employees are getting our part-time or hourly employees get no money unless council approves for them to get a salary. And then you have our EMS and fire, our public service guys who are working essentially around the clock to maintain the city, but also to do additional duties to make sure the city stays safe and functional. So per their contract, they're paid at a different rate under the city closure payments. So there are some things that are essentially we track because in the past FEMA had recovered those costs, but we're not just doing it because, we're going to get our money back. We're doing it because that's the bare minimum we have to do to maintain a functional and operational city. So while everybody else is staycationing and bunkered up in home, we have people who are still out working to get the city back to a functional state. So during COVID, obviously everybody else is at home and they were socially distancing, but we had to figure out a way to make the city operate, right? So people still wanted to build, people still needed to pay their water bills, and the city government still needed to do. So we need to figure out a way, how can we maintain city operations and still protect the citizens, but also the employees. A lot of why COVID expenses weren't covered is because FEMA said that that's something that you would have normally did anyway. And so it's different from a natural disaster where you can tell that there's some damaging things where you had to do the things to get the city back up and running. But a lot of things that we did during COVID were things that we would do anyway. We just had to do them differently. So there's a lot of like mechanics that go into place with that. But if you're talking about moving forward, if we had another COVID, I think that, obviously we have more technology in place to address it. But if we had a hurricane that happened next month, September typically tends to be our big hurricane month. I'm not going to wood when I say that. But if we had a hurricane next
You're not
month.
supposed to say it at all.
Sorry, I'm here. But if we had a hurricane next month, the thing, we know that FEMA is traditionally becoming harder to get reimbursed, right? But we also know that it takes years for that money to come back. If there's a damage to our building, like any other claim, it would be processed through our insurance, right? How long do you want to defer city operations before we process that? How long do you want to wait before we restore services to our citizens? So having the money up front and then getting the money back from our insurer, where we just say, hey, this is what we spent. We know this would come, as opposed to fighting with them on what it's going to cost to repair it and getting the quotes. This is what it costs, right? We have emergency contracts in place. This is what it costs. This is what we need to do to restore service to our citizens to get it back on track. As opposed to saying we're going to submit the claim to our insurance, go through the adjuster process, wait, then go out for bid, then have the people come in.
RFP, all
And,
that,
and,
yeah.
and then do the work, right? When you're doing work under disaster and emergency services, there's a different bidding process. We get to use the emergency contracts we had in place. After the disaster is settled and the dust is thing, and there's no longer an emergency, because at some point you're saying your citizens have been without service for 30 days versus your citizens have been without service for 3 months. Where's the exigency? So there's a lot of things that kind of come in play when we're weighing on that. And even though we definitely have good insurance coverage and claims through TML, we're also having to weigh whether or not that's an expense that we better serve paying cash versus paying the deductible in having those claims increase our coverage, our premium costs down the line.
And I think that's kind of a tough situation to be in, due to we are now set up through the risk pool, but we haven't experienced it. And I don't know if somebody on staff has experienced it. That's why I asked the question, what is the...
So I do have like cities, as you know, I serve on several boards with the TML, and I have worked with cities who have full disasters. For example, one of the attorneys who was working when they had the 4th of July floods when their entire city was catastrophic. TML does come in very quickly, and they do assist very well in helping to restore. But the ability for you to influx cash to set up temporary and potential services is always a benefit as opposed to waiting for your insurance company to cut a check. It's not like they wait when it's a total loss and it's very devastating. They do come in quickly. They do a good job, and so I've seen it firsthand how they work for cities. However, there's several other cities around us that are also a part of the risk pool. When that happened, and that area was very isolated to that one city and those few counties. But Beaumont, Port Arthur, Orange, and Glen Groves, typically when we get hit, they all get hit. They're also a part of the risk pool as well. So then but it also has to spread those resources across. So the Golden Triangle as a whole would be also pulling on the resources of the risk pool in order to make that happen. They would all want their services restored. So then it becomes a queuing situation, right? How quickly can they process the claims? And they're an organization just like us where they have a limited amount of staff and resources as well.
Okay, thank you.
I would say also, in addition to the insurance piece, I know I wasn't here for the last couple storms, but the debris contract is a really big upfront cost, and we have an emergency contract, but you need to get those folks out pretty quickly to start clearing the roads, depending on the type of storm and damage that we have, and that is usually a very significant cost. So that insurance isn't going to cover, and FEMA may not now either. So that's another thing to consider.
And that's something that I'm glad you said, that not knowing if it'll even be recovered back, that puts us in a very tough situation.
That's correct.
Okay. Nothing else. That's all we have.
Okay. So at this point, it's time for a motion for a resolution receiving the proposed FY 27 budget and scheduling a public hearing. There we go. Is there a motion?
This is item 2.
Item 2, yes, sir.
So moved.
There is a motion and a second for item number 2. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Now, Mr. City Manager, would you take us into the reading of item number 1?
Yes, sir. Item number 1 is to consider establishing and taking a record vote on the proposed 2026 tax rate and schedule a public hearing. Chapter 26 of the Property Tax Code requires taxing units to comply with truth and taxation laws in adopting their tax rate, and requires the governing body to hold a public hearing when the proposed tax rate exceeds the lower of the no new revenue or voter approval rate. Administration recommends council establishing a proposed tax rate required to support the city manager's proposed budget equal to a tax of 0.69500 per $100 of valuation. In accordance with Chapter 26 of the Property Tax Code, if the proposed rate exceeds the no new revenue rate of 0.683976 per $100, or the voter approval rate of 0.764867 per $100, City Council must take a record vote to place the proposal to adopt a rate not higher than the proposed rate on the agenda of the future meeting. The no new revenue tax rate is the tax rate that would produce the same amount of taxes in FY 27 as produced in FY 26 if it applied to the same properties taxed in both years. The proposed tax rate of 0.69500 per $100 of valuation exceeds the no new tax revenue tax rate of 0.683976 per $100 by 0.011024 per $100 of valuation, or 1.61%. If the motion passes, a public hearing must be scheduled. Administration recommends that a public hearing be held on September 8th at 1:30 PM in council chambers. The city clerk will publish the notice of this meeting. The administration recommends approval.
All right, is there a motion for item number 1? There's a motion, is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion on item number 1? Yes, Councilman Crenshaw.
Just for clarification, in order for this to pass, the 69.5 rate, it requires 5 votes.
In September, yes. Not today, but in September.
We're not setting the tax rate. This is, we could go up to
This is
that amount,
the-
but whatever ends up getting set, we can go down.
This is the preliminary tax rate.
You lost your mind. Yeah.
At 69.5, and we do that. In order for this to pass at the September 8th hearing, it's going to take 5 votes.
September 22nd, yes, sir.
That's correct.
That's correct. 5 affirmative votes to approve that rate.
Okay, so, but we could approve it today with only 4?
Yes, sir.
Makes no sense, but okay, just
State law.
clarification. I'm against it.
All right, any other discussion? So this will be a record vote, so that just means that when I say who's for it, we'll just go down by it. Huh? She'll call.
Mayor West,
For.
Mayor Pro Tem Crenshaw,
Against.
Councilmember Turner, Councilmember Durio, Councilmember Hilliard,
Against.
Councilmember Williams,
Against.
and Councilmember Sherwood. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're gonna have to make another motion because we do need if we go to the point 683976, will we still set a public hearing, correct?
And I'm just clarifying, the no new revenue tax rate of I'm just gonna say 0.683, that would require a public hearing?
That's what I'm confirming right now. That's what I'm asking
Well,
about.
I don't think it does, based upon how I just read this.
Okay.
But who's answering that? Oh. And it, also for clarification, it can be, let's just say it does require a hearing in September. It only requires 4 votes because it's the no new revenue rate, right?
Correct. If you don't go above the no new revenue,
Yes.
it's a simple majority.
So yes, if you go to the no new revenue rate, then no hearing is required.
So we could effectively do this today.
But at this point, we don't really have to take action on this because that was as much for the public hearing, or that's what I'm trying to understand.
You still have to set your proposed rate, and you will still have to adopt that rate in September. We're only getting away from the hearing component of that, so.
Got you. So without a
process stays the
hearing
same.
and in order to approve this rate in September, when we officially adopt it, it would only require a simple majority of 4 votes.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
We will need a new motion,
I'll make one.
okay?
I make a motion to amend the proposed tax rate to the 0.675963.
Second.
There is a motion to, and where's that amount? Okay. What you're going with is
It's the current rate plus the,
GO.
Plus what the voters approved in November.
Can you just say that, just in case your numbers are off? Can you just make your motion
Yeah,
the current
No,
rate plus
I
the?
make a motion to change the tax rate to the current rate plus the addition of the voter-approved GO debt.
Which would be 0.67695.
You're effectively
so-
going to
so
be
as-
asking us to reduce the general fund expenses
Just for clarity, and I think what they're trying to explain is that whatever you propose today is the amount that you're capped at. You can always lower it after your September 8th meeting, but you can never go higher than what you
And
said. So
others up
that's
here
what
can vote
they're,
against it.
that's what they're making sure that you're aware
I've got you.
of. Okay.
Yeah, this is one of the options that we were given in our little option chart. And it's the current rate plus the GO debt, which the voters approved in November of 2025. And that is 0.67695.
Yes, but that is not the only debt that we have, though.
There's additional debt.
So essentially, we have 3 cents that is going to the INS fund. That fund can only be spent on debt that we've already issued. So we're going to have to take 2 cents from our general fund, M&O operating expenses. We're going to have to move that to debt service, which means we are going to have less revenue in the coming year than we do in this year, which means.
Understood. Now, the graph that we saw where we saw that number with the proposed debt, was that correct?
The 3 cents that we were referring to of the INS includes the GO, which is the voters approved, includes the additional CO that you guys have already approved, and the tax note that's already been approved. So that will cover, which is the rate of 0.692 will cover, it'll keep the current M&O rate the same, and it'll increase that 3% for that additional debt.
And I understand that, but that's not what his motion is.
Right, I was just making sure that you were clear, because the 676 is just gonna be the current rate plus just the GO debt. So which means we're still gonna have to take some M&O to cover the other additional debt, because we still have the CO and the tax note that has to be, it's already been approved, it has to be done, it's in the process.
Which
So-
goes to my earlier point that I would wish that we would have made a proposal on the current rate plus the GO debt to include what voters were told in November of 2025 when we said that it was the effective of $3.14 a month for a house of value of $150,000.
Well, that was only related to the proposition.
The proposition.
I know, but that's, people voted to increase their property tax bills $3.14 a month on a $150,000 house. To me, it makes sense if staff would have recommended a rate that reflected what the voters already approved.
So, and what we recommended from the last work session was the current rate plus the additional debt that has already been approved, which is GO, CO, and tax note.
Completely understood, but I don't think that's his motion.
So just to be clear, just that way we have our INS covered, because that has to be covered regardless. We don't have any control over that now. So just to be clear that that's going to take.
It's been approved by this
Correct.
council or prior. Can we bring up does the slide that has that amount have the correct reduction on it?
Yeah, I mean, the slide, I think, Tina, if we can go back to I believe it's 2,096,000. The difference between the proposed rate of 695 and then I think what's being proposed now, which is the current rate plus the GO debt, the difference is $2,096,765.
But that's debt that's already got to be paid. Where does the money come from?
Correct. It'll come out of our M&O.
M&O.
The general
It'll
fund.
have to be carved. It'll have to be carved out of the M&O.
If that looks like reduced services, if that looks like something else, I mean, that money's got to come from somewhere.
They just saying bond it.
Right. So it'll be less than our M&O portion of our tax rate. It'll have to be moved over to the INS to cover that additional debt.
Getting there.
There was it, I think.
Motion in a second.
There it is. So it's the 0.67695, which is the current rate plus the GO debt rate.
GO debt, correct. And then the 0.692 is the current rate plus to cover all of our additional debt, which is the CO, GO, and the tax note.
And that's the no new revenue.
That's the 0.692.
Okay. Gotcha. All right, but currently we have a motion and a second for the current rate plus the GO debt rather than saying the 0.67. I'm going on the second column. Is there any other discussion?
We're going to do
on
a
that?
record vote on that?
We will need to,
Okay,
yeah.
great.
Is there any other discussion? From my perspective, before I know I have a perspective, and I certainly understand what's being said, I think we're going to be also reducing our general fund to our operations to M&O because we're going to be paying some for certificate of obligations that we've already spent the money on. So that presents a problem for me. So that's not something I'm going to be able to support. Just as a point of reference.
Understood.
Any other comments? All right,
Record vote.
record vote.
Mayor West,
I'm against that.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Crenshaw,
Approve.
Councilmember Turner,
Against.
Councilmember Durio,
Against.
Councilmember Hilliard,
Approve.
Councilmember Williams,
For.
and Councilmember Sherwood.
Against.
Thank you.
Okay. So now we're moving on to another, we're going to need another a motion because that one was, we've had two declined.
Don't look at me.
I'm assuming someone needs to move for the no new revenue.
That would be my assumption, yes.
It won't be me.
Rate
Would
plus
be,
all debt. Is that what we're trying to do?
I don't know what y'all trying to
The
do.
the no new revenue?
what was proposed was the 23 adopted as it's written there, correct?
Yes.
So we've got two in there now. We've got, of the four, the no new revenue number and the current rate plus all debt number. So the current rate plus the GO debt and the 2023 adopted, which was proposed, have both been denied.
And just to clarify, if you did the current rate plus all debt, it would require a public hearing and it would require 5 votes.
That's correct.
And where we gonna get the money for the rest of the debt?
Come out of operations.
Yeah.
So that's how we're gonna cut the, that's gonna basically be including cutting that 2%. Cause they're gonna have to use that to pay the debt.
That'll be something that they'll go back to and have to bring us. That's right. They would be, in this case, on the no new revenue, trimming $1,214,200.
What is that? But it didn't cut in the 2%. It would be basically dipping deeper into the rainy day fund, and so or our reserve. So instead of us being where I think we're going to be right at 20%.
Yeah, there's a graph for that. That's
yeah.
right.
What percentage are we at on the no new revenue rate? Are we at
19.1.
Okay, and just for clarification, because we've never done this before, if we're do approve that, do we then later have to vote to change the ordinance to where we don't go below the 20%?
No, so it's not an ordinance, it's a financial policy. So it's your policy that was adopted by resolution.
So we can just violate the policy and move on.
Council does a lot.
You can amend the policy as part of the adopted budget.
Ah, I like that.
All right.
So you said we're gonna have to get this money out the rainy day fund. I thought this whole plan was for us to stop taking money out the rainy day fund to pay our bills. So we're gonna adopt something that makes us go into the rainy day fund to pay the bills.
The proposed budget is to only go into the rainy day fund $600,000 instead of $5 million this year. So
But
again, if we go to this rate, we'll sharpen our pencils and go back and try to find some additional savings. But potentially you might have, you certainly could go further into the rainy day fund.
And this might also, if this means that we're having to sharpen our pencils, which could equate to deferring maintenance or, not buying new fleet, things can break down, things happen, right?
Understood.
So that could
Plus,
end
yeah,
up opening doors to other repair expenses that we aren't planning on.
Understood. At this point, I'm waiting for a motion in a second.
For those of you who are keeping track, the only ones that have not been proposed are the current adopted, the no new revenue, the current plus all debt, the adopted in 2018, and the voter approval rate. So the proposed and the current plus GO have both been.
Current adopted doesn't include the bond election. yet.
So the current adopted doesn't include, but I'm just saying what hasn't, a motion has
Well,
already
since we're
been made
kinda-
and failed
we've,
on those other two.
We've rejected
Those two.
those two. I've narrowed it down to the two between there.
Well, all of them are still at play.
That is true. That is true.
And I just wanted to say, these are the scenarios we have given you, but you don't have to pick these numbers. If you wanted to go to a flat 6.9, that's between no new revenue and current rate plus all debt, you're certainly welcome to do that.
But a flat 6.9 would also require a 5 votes.
Yes, sir, it would.
Anything above the no new revenue.
I mean, let's just be realistic.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out something to get to 4 votes and. You make the motion and get it in, it'll get passed. Why don't you make a motion for the no new revenue rate?
Well, y'all can mute your mics.
No, I want to know, why would you vote against the current rate plus the GO debt? We got to pay that. They're right there, that 0.6950.
You just voted against that. We just made a
No,
motion.
no, I didn't.
Just made a
I voted
motion for that.
You made a motion on
And you voted against it. And
we're
so
on
did
this one now.
others.
Or we can go in between those two.
Councilman Williams' motion was for the current rate plus the GO debt,
Right.
which is 0.6769. The other
Which
one,
was lower than the,
which was
what I asked
lower.
about the
And
rest of the
then the concern was it didn't cover the other INS,
That's the one that
which
we gotta
would
go
be
into.
included in the current plus all debt.
What you trying not to do?
So the GO debt doesn't include the CO debts and tax note debt, but the all debt rate does.
The what?
The current rate plus all debt includes all outstanding debt. The GO debt doesn't include all debt. It only includes the
Y'all gonna be
rate
able to
approved by
sharpen your
the.
pencils that much?
We'll try.
It wasn't, I just don't like the way it was presented, honestly. It's confusing, and it kind of similar to what Councilmember Crenshaw said earlier. Just the way it was presented, I just don't feel comfortable.
Well, Councilman Turner, you always have the option to raise it to a higher rate and lower it on September 8th after the hearing. Today just sets it. You always have the ability to raise it. You just can't, ability to lower it. You just can't raise it.
Oh, I understand that.
I just think for the
I thought he
record,
did.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm here.
Councilwoman?
I just think for the record, the language didn't start out right, and it created some theater and division, drama, all the things that Beaumont is known for. But now that we're here, I think we've got to do this. There's work that must be done, but we didn't start out on a good foot with the language. What does that look like going forward I don't know. Can this be tabled? Is that an
No,
option?
it takes you off your schedule. So if you wanted to table it, one, that will put you behind on adopting your budget, or we'd have to call special meetings because it does have to be posted for a certain amount of time. And to be clear, if you don't have a adopted budget in place before October 1, like many things, you shut down because you can't spend money if it's not approved.
Yeah. All right, at this point, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. We will resume, and we have a new slide. Mr. City Manager.
So, yeah, this is an amendment of the earlier slide. Let's see, the earlier was basically the base rate plus the voter-approved Prop A rate, but that only covered a portion of the GO debt that's being issued currently. This is amended to a different rate, which is the current rate plus the entire voter-approved Prop A rate. So that's reflected here.
Okay, so we have a new option on the table for a motion. I'm going to allow some time to review that, and then I'll be listening for a motion.
And just for clarification, the
Yes, sir.
approximate 1 million is negative 1 million.
That's correct. So again, the purpose of this slide was to show the variance between what was proposed and what would be the different rates that we're looking at. But yes, to your point, it is a $1 million variance plus or minus. And again, if this were to be approved, then we'll obviously refine this number, but it would be approximately $1 million variance from the proposed rate. That's the whole. Sir.
That new one of 0.686.043, that include the COLA?
Yes.
Does that include going up on their insurance rates?
But again, this slide is just showing the variance from the proposed. So let's assume this rate were approved. As mentioned, we still have $1 million to find in order to get us to the point where, all things being equal, we would only be dipping into the fund balance 616,000. Yeah, 673,141. So the question of how to do that would be reflected in the final budget that's submitted.
And not to be disagreeable, Chris, but actually it's going to be 1.6 million because your chart here counted the 0.695 2023 adopted rate would only be a $600,000 deficit in 27, but the current rate plus voter approved Prop A is an additional 1 million in debt or deficit spending for 2027. So while it's better than what we had, it's still a $1.6 million deficit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, just wanted to, that way, when there's a vote, everybody's clear. And again, I know we've had a long day and I hate to keep putting y'all on the spot. What is our general fund gonna be about if this passed? I know at the no new revenue rate, it was at 19%. Would this get us at our 20%?
No, it's still gonna be at 19.
Still be at 19.
Even at the 0.695, we weren't going to be at 20. We were going to be at 19.85
Okay.
or something.
0.85.
Yeah, we're going to be close.
And while we're, I mean, I guess, are we discussing?
Yes.
You know, it's unfortunate that we're in this position because voters in November of '25 approved a tax increase. The ballot was very clear. It says, this is a tax increase in big, bold letters, which is required by state law for good reason. But in reality, it didn't increase taxes until city council came along and adopted the new rate. And that's unfortunate because it's putting us in this position, but at the same time, voters approved it. But it is confusing. This is also the first time, you know, November of '25 was the first time the city of Beaumont had a bond election in, 40 years? And, you know, I was 7. I know that's hard to believe. But anyway, we're in this position. Voters approved Prop A. I think it's, you know, it's almost unfair to then come along and have voters approve that and then us have to cut services because we're not going to increase the rate, you know. And I hate that we only reached this option today. I wish we could have reached this option weeks ago because now it almost makes it look weird that we're coming up with this in this meeting. But in reality, this is a more accurate reflection of what happened in November of 2025. And I'm not faulting staff for that. But it's just, it's unfortunate because I think this is going to create some confusion. But at the same time, this accurately reflects what voters approved in November of last year.
Can I take that as a motion?
No,
I mean, I want to.
but I am hungry.
Councilman Williams?
I mean,
go
we
ahead.
had at our last meeting, or the budget work, whenever that was, I mean, you asked for our direction and you asked for where we stand, what rate we want to give you. And there were those of us up here that said, we don't want to move. And there were others that said they did. So, you know, I've made a motion, we voted on it. I would implore those that instructed the city manager and staff to move in a direction to make a motion to reflect what you instructed them to do 2 weeks ago.
I made a motion based off of what I thought would be appropriate and right, which was the proposed budget, because we have a city manager and staff that made a recommendation based off the debt that voters approved and the bonds and the certificates of obligation that we have. And this is why I proposed that we go with what had been proposed, and it didn't pass. So with that being said, in an effort of compromise, I'd be happy to support one of my colleagues that can come up to the numbers that cover our debts.
I don't want to hear any growling stomachs because people are eating next door.
They're just now letting them in.
Well, this is something we need to take action on. However, we can move ahead with item number 3 and come back to item number 2. So why don't we do that? You're correct. So, thank you. So we'll come back to item number 1, and then we'll go to item number 3 right now. If we could have the reading of item number 3, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, sir. Item number 3 is to consider a resolution receiving the proposed 2027 capital program and scheduling a public hearing. City Charter and Article 6, Section 19 requires the city manager to submit a 5-year capital program to the city council. The proposed 2027 capital program was originally presented to council during a budget work session on May 14th, 2026. Article 6, Section 20 of the Charter requires council to hold a public hearing on the proposed capital program. And you should have a copy in front of you. And the administration recommends that a public hearing be held on September 8th, 2026 at 1:30 in the council chambers. The administration recommends approval.
All right. Is there a motion for item number 3? There is a motion,
Second.
and there is a second for item number 3. Is there any discussion?
Some discussion. So, for the purposes of this capital improvement plan, what are we actually gonna discuss? Something about spending money?
Yes, ma'am. So this, again, is part of the budget process for the operations of the city. This is the capital program, which is a 5-year, basically a plan to invest in facilities, streets and drainage, water and sewer, parks. And it is a 5-year plan because obviously these projects take time to come to a concept, design, funding, and then construction. And so this is something we do every year. As mentioned, some of these projects are underway now. Those are mentioned in prior years. Some of those are future consideration, but this plan can be amended every budget year. But yes, it is tied ultimately to funding.
All right, with that, do we have any other questions or discussion? If not, I will. All those in favor of approving item number 3, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 4?
Yes, sir. Item number 4 is to consider a resolution authorizing the city manager to accept maintenance and authorize final payments to East Tex Utility Construction for the Phelps Road Drainage Improvement Project. On November 4, 2025, the City Council awarded a contract to East Tex Utility Construction of Beaumont in the amount of $1,080,289 for the Phelps Road Drainage Project. Previous change orders number 1 and 2 in the amount of negative $51,063.70 resulted in a final contract amount of $1,029,225.30. The project has been inspected by the engineering division and found to be complete in accordance with the provisions and terms set forth in the contract. Acceptance of maintenance and the final payment in the amount of $51,461.27 is recommended. Funds are available through certificate of obligations as well as CDBG funds under the 2019 Hazard Mitigation Grant in the amount of $905,000. The administration recommends approval of this resolution.
Is there a motion for item number 4?
Move to approve.
There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 4. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of approving item number 4, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Item 5 has been pulled from today's agenda, so we'll move to item 6. And
Yes.
we may have the reading.
Okay. Item number 6 is to consider a resolution authorizing the city manager to allocate additional local funds to the city's Community Development Block Grant Disaster Relief Program Contract number 24067-018-E205 on July 26, 2022 by resolution of number 22-182. City Council authorized the interim city manager to submit an application to the Texas General Land Office for the contract, the Phelps Road Drainage Improvements Contract, under the CDBG DR program to address major drainage improvements identified as being at risk due to Tropical Storm Imelda. The total approved project budget was $1,055,479.65, consisting of $1 million in CDBG DR, the disaster recovery grant funds for construction, acquisition, and professional services, and a required city cash match of $55,479.65 for construction activities. Of the grant funding, $95,000 was budgeted for administration and environmental services and $905,000 for construction. Final construction contract amount, including approved change orders, totaled $1,029,225.30, combined with the $95,000 in grant funding administration and environmental services. The total project cost is $1,124,225.30. Accordingly, the city must allocate an additional $68,745,065 in local funds to cover the construction costs. Funding was available through COs in the amount of $124,225.30, as well as community development block grant funds under the 2019 Hazard Mitigation Program in the amount of $1 million. The administration recommends approval of this resolution.
Okay, is there a motion for item number 6?
Approve.
That's a motion for approval. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second for approval of item number 6. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of approving item number 6, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 7?
Sir, item number 7 is council to consider granting a new solid waste franchise agreement to Nexus Disposal LLC. Nexus Disposal LLC has requested that the City Council grant the company a franchise agreement. Founded in 2002, Nexus Disposal LLC is a family-owned and operated waste management company. Nexus Disposal provides full-service waste solutions to commercial, industrial, construction, and community customers. The requested franchise is generally the same as those previously approved by the City Council. It provides for a term of 1 year from its effective date and a franchise fee of 7% of gross revenues received for service. It also requires that the entity to indemnify the City of Beaumont and provide insurance which names the City of Beaumont as a named insured. In accordance with the city charter, the franchise ordinance requires a reading at one city council meeting. The city ordinance does not take effect until 30 days after its adoption and approval by the city council. After the passage of a franchise ordinance, the full text of such an ordinance shall be published on the city's website. Attached is a copy of the franchise ordinance for your review. And as mentioned, they'll be responsible for a 7% payment of gross fees to the city. The administration recommends approval of the franchise.
Is there a motion for item number 7? Does it need to be reread, or there is no motion?
Can we ask
Sure. Yeah, no, we can have discussion right now, yeah.
How many other hauling garbage franchisees do we have? I know we have Republic. I know we have, I'm assuming Waste Management.
We have 12 right now, I think.
12?
What's on the most current list?
And do we have any idea about what those 12 generate for us a year in gross receipts?
$937,000 was last year. And so far this year, $905,000, $487.51.
Well, good job having those numbers. Is Nexus here by chance?
They are.
Is it appropriate to ask some questions?
Yeah, if you'd please come to the microphone. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello. What other cities in Texas do y'all operate in other than Houston?
Houston in this area. That's all we operate. We're a family business. They've been around for 25 years.
Okay. And do you plan on bringing your waste to our city landfill?
Yes. We're already in the area and we already bring waste to our landfill.
Okay. If you're already in the area, how are you operating if you don't have a franchise agreement?
We're outside of the area.
Oh, okay. So you're in the county, I guess?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Like in Hardin County, Orange County.
Okay, and so the cities then that you service in addition to Houston is, I guess, Orange and,
Yes, sir, like Nederland, Groves, I mean, wherever.
and you already have franchise agreements with those cities?
Oh, I don't have to have them in the areas I'm in right now.
Oh, okay, okay. So we're your second franchise agreement other than the city of Houston?
Yes.
Did they have like an application for this with like references and?
Yes, their application package is in your
packet?
packet.
Okay, my apologies.
I've been in this industry, in this area for 42 years.
And what is your title with them?
I'm a manager.
Okay. And will
That's
you
the
be the
same.
manager for Beaumont?
Yes. I actually worked for them 42 years ago. And
Do you
I
like it
go
there?
back around. Yes, I know them very well.
What, how many trucks are y'all planning on operating in our area?
Right now, we currently have 3, and we're just doing our thing. We do roll-off and we do commercial dumpsters.
Is it appropriate, under these types of agreements to have any kind of upfront payment or anything like that? Is that,
I don't recall that ever happening.
do you know if that's
That's
appropriate?
not a
Can we?
part of how it's set up currently. It's just the 7%.
That's not according, your ordinance doesn't allow for this. So franchise agreements are authorized by ordinance. Your current ordinance isn't authorized for that.
Understood. Just looking for an additional way to generate revenue since that's such a hot topic. Do you know about, your current use of our landfill is? Do you have any idea, just in general, what you're spending with our landfill?
Well, we, like, just started. So, I mean, I would think
Oh,
we
okay.
go there probably 10 times a week. I don't know, something like that. Just depends on what's going on. Because roll-off is done, when they call in, then you pick them up and you take them to the landfill. It's not every day.
And do you have a certain customer, or you just have broad customers, or is there a certain plant
Our
here that you
customers, you have
service?
to go out and call on them. As soon as y'all say it's okay, then I'll go and work in Beaumont and do my thing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming up.
I'll make a motion to approve.
There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 7. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 8?
Yes, item number 8 is to consider granting a new solid waste franchise agreement to Local Solutions Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Local Sanitation. Pursuant to City Ordinance 22.05.101, no person shall engage in the business of collecting, hauling, or transporting in the city any garbage, waste, or refuse without first having obtained a franchise from the city. 12 entities currently have non-exclusive franchise agreements with the city and are doing business in the area. Local Solutions, Inc. Has requested that the City Council grant the company such franchise agreement. Local Solutions, Inc. Is a privately held waste management company headquartered in Texas. According to the company's valuation summary, they are a privately held firm incorporated on October 22nd, 2018. Requested franchise is generally the same as those previously approved by the City Council. It provides for a term of 1 year from its effective date and a franchise fee of 7% of gross revenues received for the service. It also requires the entity to indemnify the City of Beaumont and provide insurance which names the City of Beaumont as a named insured. In accordance with the city charter, the franchise ordinance requires a reading at one council meeting. The ordinance does not take effect until 30 days after its adoption and approval by City Council. After the passage of a franchise ordinance, the full text of the ordinance shall be published on the city website. Attached is a copy of the franchise ordinance and agreement for your review, as well as application materials in your packet. The administration recommends approval.
Is there a motion for item number 8?
Second.
There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 8. Any other discussion?
I'm sorry, I missed the second.
Councilman Hilliard?
Thank you.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
That's, several % of gross revenues, how much is that in dollars?
It's going to depend on
Depends on
their
how much
revenues.
business they do. But like
How much was it
last year, I think we had just under, I think.
100,000.
$937,000, 129.83.
Okay.
This year so far, we're a little over 905.
That's for all 12 of those other.
Oh, that's for all of them, not just this one company?
So it's going to depend on how much business they do.
Okay. All right.
So, any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? A motion is carried. Would you please take us into the public hearing, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, sir. We have a public hearing, council to conduct a public hearing finding and ratifying the determination of the Public Health Director that public health nuisances exist on the property owned by Leduc Partnership Limited at 180 East Virginia Street with a legal description of Eisentraut Lot 19, Block 1, and order the owner to abate public health nuisances within 10 days. Staff is requesting City Council to abate said property without further notification to the property owner of city council action. And we have Kenneth Coleman as our Public Health Director presenting.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. You know, it's been a long day. You can go to the next slide, Tina. Just to give you a little history, this property was declared a public health nuisance on October the 21st of 2025. And so when we first go out to the property, we give the property owner at least 10 days to bring the property up into compliance. And he did, but then the property was referred back to us for reinspection on July the 23rd of 2026. Next slide. And what we initially found when we visited the property was stagnant and offensive water on the property, sewage overflow, conditions conducive to mosquito breeding, and rat-proofing structure. Now, since that time and now, the sewage has been corrected. That part has been fixed. Next slide. But we still, as you can see, we still dealing with a rodent infestation. Next slide. And as well as you can see, some mold is building up, and and mold can be very dangerous to people exposed to it for a period of time. And that, again, that part has been corrected so far as the sewage overflow. Questions?
Well, you did well enough that nobody's asking any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. So anybody else here to talk on public hearing?
Yes, sir. Did you open the public hearing?
I opened the public hearing.
You did. Okay. I didn't hear you. I was just making sure. I'm tired. Michael Ledoux, 4635 Littlefield Street, Beaumont, Texas.
Hello, Michael.
Hi, it's been a long day, but I'm here for 180 East Virginia.
Yes, sir.
So were we talking about the sewer problem that he brought up? Right now, I think we were talking infrastructure. So the city, I went by yesterday, the city's backed up. So a lot of times when it backs up, the city backs up. So and I'm spending money all the time with a plumber to come clean it out. And they said, well, call the city because they're backed up right now. So I think right now y'all doing Highland, y'all do on Highland Avenue, y'all doing water infrastructure. Hopefully we have Virginia Street somewhere where the infrastructure in Virginia with the sewer line is being done. Because I had to spend money on redoing the sewer. I mean, not the sewer, but putting a clean out close to the city so I could tell when y'all backed up and then give y'all a call. But concerning I think that was apartment 3. We had a leak from apartment 6. That was fixed last year. So that's an older photo from last year. Yes, yes, I can bring that. Do we have a date on that picture?
Give me 1 second.
Okay. And we already had critter control out there, and we have Palmer Pest Control. Yeah, I think that was last year. There was from Department 6 was looking. What was? Okay, wow, okay. I'll take care of that right now. The tenants moved out, they've been evicted.
Don't blame them.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame them either. But they never,
So they would have 10 days if.
I can have that fixed quick.
So council, if council authorizes this or declares this as a public nuisance, they have 10 days to come into compliance or begin the work to come into compliance. And after that, it becomes the health director's discretion whether or not to move forward with additional civil action.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Do you have anything else? Any questions?
Question?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So at this point, I will close the public hearing. And may we have the reading of item number 9, please?
Yes, sir. Item number 9 is to consider an ordinance finding and ratifying the determination of the public health director that public health nuisances exist on the property owned by Leduc Partnership Limited at 180 East Virginia Street with a legal description of Eisentrout Lot 19, Block 1, and order the owner to abate public health nuisances within 10 days. Staff is requesting City Council to abate said property without further notification to the property owner of City Council action. And the administration recommends approval of the ordinance.
Is there a motion for item number 9?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second for approval of item number 9. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of approval of item number 9, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Mr. City Manager, would you please take us into the work session now?
Yes. So this work session is, you may recall in the FY26 budget, council had authorized the expenditure of $25,000 to help fund a master plan for the Botanical Garden, Beaumont Botanical Garden. And since that time, Beaumont Botanical Garden has approached us and requested that we amend that request to essentially not be a master plan which shows the potential design or layout of the garden, but rather they feel it's more important to develop a strategic plan for their organization. And so given the degree of change, I thought it best that we bring this item back for council guidance to see if indeed we want to move forward with expending the $25,000 for the strategic plan for the Beaumont Botanical Garden. And so I do think we do have some representatives here from the garden, Beaumont Botanical. I think Colleen Hartel. Please.
Yes, come on up.
Hi, how are you all?
Good.
Good. Okay. So
A bit of an explanation would be great.
yeah, sounds great. Okay, well, I was going to say good afternoon, but good evening at this point. Thank you for giving me a few minutes today to speak about the future of the Beaumont Botanical Gardens. About a year ago, the city set aside $25,000 for the gardens to develop a master plan, and we're incredibly grateful for that investment. And we have taken the responsibility of using those taxpayer dollars very seriously. As we began to look for a firm, we learned something important: a meaningful master plan for a property of our size and complexity, and one that specializes in botanic gardens, would realistically cost closer to $80,000 to $100,000. We ultimately felt that spending $25,000 to simply produce a document that didn't truly serve the gardens would not be a responsible use of public funds. Instead, we were encouraged to consider a strategic plan, and we believe this is actually what the gardens needs first. The gardens have been part of Beaumont since the 1960s, but the nonprofit organization operating them today was only established in 2022. I have now served as the executive director of the gardens for 3 years, and I can tell you firsthand that our greatest need is not a pretty drawing of what the property could look like someday. We need direction, alignment, a clear identity, and most importantly, a sustainable fundraising strategy. A master plan tells us what we could build. A strategic plan tells us how we get there and how we sustain it. And there's a much bigger opportunity here than simply improving the gardens for our local residents. Botanic gardens are a tourism market. A study of the Fort Worth Botanic Garden estimated that its visitors generated more than $10 million in annual visitor spending for the local economy. And this is the opportunity I want Beaumont to be thinking about. We want to offer our citizens more educational programs, more events, more beautiful spaces, and more reasons to visit and connect with nature. But we also want people from outside Beaumont to put the botanical gardens on their list of places to visit when they come to Southeast Texas. We did select a qualified firm to develop the strategic plan, and they were moving forward with the city on the contract when the process stalled. We later learned that although we had discussed and pursued the change from a master plan to a strategic plan, that the change had never been formally approved. So today we are asking for council's blessing to use the $25,000 that was already allocated for the gardens for this strategic plan. We're doing the absolute best we can with the limited resources we have, but we need a roadmap. So my question to council is, what do you want the Botanic Gardens to become for the citizens of Beaumont? Because we believe this place has the potential to be more than a beautiful public space. It can be an educational resource, a community gathering place, a stronger nonprofit, and a tourism asset that brings people and their dollars to Beaumont. We believe the strategic plan is the responsible first step toward making that happen, and we are asking you to allow us to use the $25,000 already allocated for that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Councilman Duria.
I don't know, ask you or her, can you explain exactly the relationship between the Botanical Gardens and the city of Beaumont?
Sure, go ahead, Colleen.
So the buildings and the grounds are owned by the city of Beaumont, and we have a management agreement with the city of Beaumont. So we do a lot of fundraising. We have our venue that we rent out, which accounts for about 50% of our revenue. And so, I mean, we pay our staff, we pay for every flower that goes in the ground, all the soils, fertilizers, everything. We get a small stipend from the city monthly. And I would really love to use this strategic plan to further explore our relationship with the city of Beaumont. And I want the city to be involved in this process with us.
So you say, how much is the small stipend that y'all get from the city?
$1,500 a month.
And you pay salaries with that?
It just goes towards our operating funds, so yes.
Okay. That's all I have unless y'all got something else.
Councilman Crenshaw?
Y'all have a wonderful organization. You do a great job. The Beaumont Botanical Gardens are beautiful. I've been to events there, and you do a great job. So I really appreciate it. And I don't think we're voting on anything today, right? But I'm in full support of what it is that you want to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Is there more?
I just wanted to call up Mr. Raggett and get his ideas on what's going on with the Botanical Garden. Or his views.
What would you like me to elaborate on?
Your ideas about the relationship between the Botanical Gardens and the city of Beaumont. I mean, you with them.
Well, I think we have a good working relationship. Now with facilities being part of parks, like she said, we maintain the buildings and everything that's out there. Parks, we go out probably once a month at least and help out with maintenance inside of the park. We try to work together to get the gardens in the best shape that they can be.
You have input on that strategic plan?
I think we'll work together, collaborate with each other. I'll be involved in some type of way, but of course that's Colleen runs the Botanical Garden. We're there to support her.
Okay. All right, I've been out there and weeded the flower gardens before. Yeah.
Good.
Thank you, Kenneth.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So the idea is to get some direction, and I certainly don't have any problem with the redirecting of the funds.
Okay, no objections, we'll move forward.
I don't have a problem with it.
All right. And with that, now we're going to move back to item number 1. Bring up that slide.
So, on discussion on this, I'm just gonna ask council, why don't y'all wanna discuss this?
I mean, we have been, right now, I don't know
I
if,
don't know where we are on this.
we're waiting on we need to approve a not to exceed amount. So, and then schedule the public hearing. And we're not setting it today, but we have to approve that in our schedule, or we'd have to have another meeting. So that is what we're doing right now.
And we can also, I mean, if they said it more than once, we could approve it. And when we have the public hearing, we can go down on it, we just can't go up.
That's correct.
Reduce it.
So at this point, as a recap, there was a motion for the current adopted rate, which is the 0.65. That was, did not pass. And there was also a motion for the 0.692, the current rate plus the 23 adopted rate, which is the 0.695, which was also not approved. So, there is where we are. What was added was the current rate plus the voter approved Prop A in its entirety, which would be the 0.686, which does exceed the no new revenue number. So at this point, we're waiting on a motion to determine which one we're going to approve at this point.
What's the difference, Mr. Boone, in the price in dollars for $150,000 house between the 0.686043 and 0.683976?
So we have the calculations in the presentation, but not for this new rate. So we'd have to calculate that pretty
I
quick.
can do that.
But we can do that. 150,000, you said?
Yeah.
Every cent is $1.25 a month.
Yeah, but okay, well, that's less than a half a cent, right? Is that a 100th of a cent? So it'd be 10 cents? No?
So it's 0.26.
No new revenue and the current rate plus voter approved Prop A.
That would be, what I'm calculating, it'd be $3.38 is what my iPhone calculator tells me.
Would that be the difference, or that would be the price per month, or?
That'd be the price per month increase.
You want the
$3.30 on a $154,000 house. If we went to the 6.86 over our current adopted, it would be an increase of $3.38.50 technically. If my calculation's correct.
Well.
And although I am not a mathematician, I do play one.
And the difference between those two rates, the current rate plus Prop A and the no new revenue rate on a $150,000 house would be 31 cents a month is the difference. It's very little because the rates are so very close.
Okay, and I'm sorry to do this. Assuming your math is right, Mr. Mayor, if we approve the current rate plus the voter approved Prop A, you're saying that would be, the increase would be
$3.38 per month on a $154,000 house. Does
The
that sound
issue I
correct
have
to
with
you?
that is that we told voters in November of '25 that it was only going to go up $3.14.
The app actually said it approximate. It was a calculation. So it wasn't direct. And we actually, if you remember, we had a bond calculator where people can play and to determine, it was based on what the property values were at the time for houses. And obviously that was influx in.
Yes, there's no telling what we paid for that bond calculator from the consultant. And no, I do agree with that. I'm just saying, now I've got a bit more of an issue with that rate because it's higher than what we had told people. So,
Let's confirm my math calculation.
I do have a question.
Yeah, all right, go ahead, Councilman.
So what was added? That's taken in, I guess, the full scope of debt attached to that proposition?
Yeah, I think originally we had the portion of the debt that we were going out for.
So is it advisable to take on, to incur, to kind of take that money in now for something that you might not, we don't know when these projects are gonna happen? Seems like a bad idea. I mean, just talking it out loud, I'm just not sure how I feel about that.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but correct me if I'm wrong, aren't we going to go out on the additional 20 million that we haven't taken out next year? Isn't that what the plan is?
I think we're planning on going out for it in 27, 8.
7?
28.
It's 8 or 9, depending on the project. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I thought we were going out on this rate, on this additional 20 million next year, which made me think that it was more appropriate to do the current rate plus the full voter approved Prop A, because we were going to do this rate that we're setting is for taxable values next year. And if we were going to go on out for that debt next year, then we're basically covering what that additional debt's going to be. But if we're not going to do that until 28, then maybe that's not a good idea. And I'm not trying to tell y'all when you need to go out for that debt, but what is the true advantage to waiting until 28 and not doing it next year? I mean, couldn't rates substantially go up?
Correct.
I get they could also go down, but
Correct.
I mean,
And
they
it
don't
also
seem to be
depends
going
on the
down.
projects too, like where we are in the projects. Obviously, we can't, with personnel and stuff, it just depends on how quickly those projects move. So that's why we always, each year, see where we are in each project, and then that way we can determine exactly what money we need.
Well,
But that money
wanna-
that we would get is for those projects. We can't, I mean, right, the money that we would, that's for those projects.
But
So we can't short.
you'd be paying interest as it sat there.
As it's, right. So that's why we evaluate it every year to see where we are in the projects, what we anticipate that we're gonna be able to do for the next fiscal year, and then that way we get debt, we get the money just for what we anticipate that we're gonna be able to do for that fiscal year.
So you should really go for it whenever you actually are in need of it.
It's a long process, so it takes about 5 months or so for us to actually, from the start of it to us actually receive the money. It's a very long process.
And it's a balancing act because it is not free to issue debt. There's more than just the interest expense.
Well, and again, I know I've gone over this before and I hate to harp on it, but this is very unfortunate because now it puts us in the position of when y'all go out on the additional debt in 28, we're going to be right back in the same boat where y'all are going to say our INS is increasing because we've done the additional $20 million in debt. And so then the council's going to have to vote to increase the tax rate to take into consideration the additional INS when this was all approved by the voters in November of 25. And I wish, knowing what we know now, that we could have done something in 2025 after the bond election passed to take a vote right then to have said, we're going to add 3 cents or whatever it is onto the valuation.
Right. And then again, each year, if we continue to take out additional CO, certificate of obligation debt, that again, our INS will increase as well. So all around, that's why you have that tax rate of the current rate plus all debt. So that way it covers everything that we've committed to thus far for fiscal year 27. Only raising the INS is what we're doing.
And just for a point of reference, I think one thing that's being pointed out to the listeners out there is because they voted for it doesn't mean the taxes go up by that. The council still has to increase the taxes. They just voted for it because that's what state law requires on general obligation bonds. But a city wouldn't have to go up that amount. They could go up half that amount if they chose. They would be getting into their
M&O portion, correct.
Right. That's right. Okay.
To your point, Councilman Crenshaw, I also wanted to point out that just on the 38 million that we did take out this year, the payment on that will be about 700,000 higher next year than it is this year. So that will be accounted for in next year's INS rate. So it's going to go up a little bit in addition to the other 20 million that we'll take out. So I don't want to get too hung up on this plus voter approved Prop A language because that could be misleading. There will be additional increases.
Okay, well, I don't want to be misleading either. So let me ask you this. what would the rate be at the 0.67695, which was the rate that y'all had originally proposed, plus the $700,000 that we're going to incur in additional costs next year? What's that $700,000 equal on the tax rate?
I'll have to do some math, but it's not going to be huge.
I get it. But if you could give us that new rate, and I'm going to make a motion to approve that rate, because that is legit what we've borrowed plus what our additional payment is next year, right?
Just keep in mind that additional, that money that whatever number you come up with, will all go to M&O this year. That will not go towards your debt payment. So next year's debt rate will be higher no matter what you do.
I understand.
Okay. Just want that to be
because
clear.
voters approved that rate in November 25, we'll possibly be able to increase it next year to make up for that higher INS.
Yes.
Yep. Basically, how it works is the taxing jurisdiction looks at what debt payments we have coming due in the next year, and they use that based on the taxable valuations to set that INS rate every year.
I got you. I just want there to be no confusion that we came in here and voted for something that we hadn't actually incurred the cost in yet. And so I greatly appreciate you telling me about the $700,000. Do we know about what that is increased to the 69.5?
We might want to put that on the slide too, Tina, once we get the numbers, so that we can put it up on the board. Huh? I know, but we can add it. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not her slide
Yeah.
to manipulate.
I'm sorry. Half a cent. So increase it by,
So
so that 0.686 plus
695?
plus 6.
68,695, if that's a half cent. Am I doing that right?
I think your 6 is, you're gonna add a 5 to the 6, so 69,1043.
Oh, no, it's not gonna be 69. The
Oh,
whole thing was
yeah.
68.
60, yep. Well, I mean, that would be
What is
adding
half a
half a
cent
cent.
added on to, okay, is that it? Well, and what's, you came up with 68.0? The current rate, yeah, the rate that.
Oh, to the 0.67? I don't know what number that is.
Yes, add a half a cent onto the 67.69.5, which is what y'all already told us was the current cost of Prop A.
Current rate plus.
Yes.
That would be 0.68195, which is 0.68195, which is less than your no new revenue rate.
And it accurately, and just so we're clear from staff, so that no one will ever say, well, y'all did fuzzy math up there. It's the current rate plus the GO debt from that voters approved in November of 2025 that we have incurred already with borrowing 38 million plus the additional 700,000 that we're going to have to pay next year in 2027.
I mean, I think that's what we're saying, but you're asking for fairly complicated math on the fly here.
I know, but we don't have to be perfect today
31147.
as long as,
Well, it sounds like it doesn't exceed the no new revenue number.
0.683-11479 is what we've got. 0.683-115 is what it would round to.
so that's less than the no new revenue rate.
Correct. So we're going to have to dip out of the, so the general fund will have less revenue in 27 than
I understand, and that's unfortunate and all that, but there's some people up here that think that we can make those numbers work with cuts. But the 0.683115 again reflects our current rate plus the money we've already borrowed from the November 2025 Prop A voter approved bond election, plus the additional 700,000 in revenue next year.
Mayor, just for clarity, as our CFO has presented, like this is very complicated math and on the fly. It would be my recommendation that when a motion is made, that it's rounded up to a higher number to give staff an opportunity to come back with solid numbers after they've had a chance to do the math, because you can always lower it. If the desire is to have that exact number, you can always request that it be lowered to that exact number once they've had a chance to do it. This is math that takes them a while to do, and they're literally doing it with iPhones in the meeting.
Mm-hmm. I'm here. I got you. You are correct. So we're still waiting on a motion.
Just to be clear, if the math is wrong and the number is actually lower, you can't raise it after today.
Right.
But you can always lower it.
Right. So if we went with the no new revenue.
So if you went with a higher number, even if they're saying like it's 0.68, if you went with a 0.69 or a 0.6 whatever, if you went with a higher number, just to allow them to give you, with the direction to give you accurate numbers, the intent is clear. You want the current plus GO plus the amount of debt service that's going to be paid. The intent is clear. So if you give a motion that says that this is what you want, and recognizing that the number may be higher or off, as long as it's clear to staff that you want an exact number, what that is on the 8th, and that is what council's approving, that directive is clear. However, you have to do a number today.
Mm-hmm.
And so my recommendation would be to round that number up to allow staff an opportunity to bring you back an accurate number on the 8th.
Thank you.
All right. With that said, I make a motion that we adopt a rate of 0.6832, which represents what we think.
You can't do that.
Can we not use the word adopt?
Oh.
Can we say set a proposed rate?
All right. I make a motion that we set a proposed rate of 0.6832, which represents our current rate plus what voters approved in Prop A from November of 2025 that covers all of our debt service costs through 2027.
Could you turn your mic on, please? Could you turn your mic on?
Yes, I
I
rounded
had
up.
683-116.
It was 683-115, and I went to 6832, period.
So it is that much higher. I am curious, are we able to do a calculation on what the debt difference is? I know we're looking on the no new revenue at $1,214,000 is the projected, right? So going to the 682, is that an easy calculation, or would that be a difficult calculation?
It's all and I'm not going to speak for them, but Mayor, appreciate that
I
this is
know,
stuff
that's
that-
why I'm
This is
asking.
stuff that took them weeks and months
Yeah.
to get to. So like, they're really giving you the best that they got in a very short period of time. I feel bad with them answering because it's not going to be accurate and council will be locked into that number. And then the vote will be that we relied on the numbers that were provided, which in fairness, were done during a meeting on iPhones in a very tight frame.
Got a motion in a second.
We do have a motion and a second for the 0.682.
3-2.
3-2. And then a second, is there any other discussion? Well, I would like to see it at the no new net revenue rate in case it ended up being 6.8321.
We'll make a motion.
Well, I'm explaining that, so when I vote, we're gonna do a record vote, and I'm gonna vote no on this, because I would like to see, I don't wanna leave a 100th off, so.
So what would it take to get you to vote yes on it?
The no new revenue rate.
Well, if someone would propose that, then we can vote.
No new revenue rate and not the prop fee?
What he's proposing is less than.
It is.
No new revenue rate.
Man, if you don't
They've been
mind,
voter approved.
can we call for the vote?
Okay, we'll call for the vote. So we have a motion at the 6.832. Is everybody clear? Our 0.6832.
And I thought you said you wanted to,
But the motion,
able to-
that's
is
not
a
the motion on the floor. So unless the mayor wants to make an amended motion, we have to vote on the motion that's on the floor unless the mayor is making an amended motion for the no new revenue rate.
I'll make an amended motion for the no new revenue rate.
Do I have to agree to that?
No, there's no second.
There's,
So per your rules, the mayor can make an amended motion.
Or anybody can make the amendment.
Well, anyone can make an amended motion. It does not require a second. You have to vote on that motion. And then if that motion fails, then you go back to the original motion. If that motion passes, that becomes
Right.
the motion.
and just to be clear, this only requires 4 votes in the future when we adopt it.
Yes. The no new revenue rate. Yes.
Want to be clear.
But also council can lower it to the requested or desired rate on the 8th after staff has had an opportunity to calculate those numbers fully and accurately.
So the first vote will be on the no new revenue rate.
Correct.
So y'all clear on that, as listed on the slide in front of you?
and that's the higher of the two,
Yes,
Potential.
potentially.
yes,
Record vote.
yes, call for
Okay.
the vote.
Mayor West,
I vote for.
Mayor Pro Tem Crenshaw,
Against,
Councilmember Turner, Councilmember Durio,
For it.
Councilmember Hilliard,
Against.
Councilmember Williams, and Councilmember Sherwood.
Against.
Okay, now we're having one on the vote on the, that is not on the slide, the 0.6832. And so we'll have a,
So now we don't know it.
yeah, it's not on that, it's not on the list.
Right here. 0.6832. He just rounded it up.
My math ain't mathing.
Call for the vote on that.
Mayor West,
I'm not going to support that. I'm against it.
Mayor Pro Tem Crenshaw,
4.
Councilmember Durio,
For. I'm ready.
Councilmember Hilliard, Councilmember Turner, Councilmember Williams. And Councilmember Sherwood, I'm sorry.
4.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes. And with that, we will move into council member comments. And I believe that this time it is Councilman Crenshaw.
Oh, goodness. I'm concerned this is 2 meetings in a row where we've had complaints about paratransit. In particular, this phone in the morning that people got a call and no one's answering. I would like for staff to please contact our transit management, who we pay over $100,000 a year in management fees to a third party. And we also pay the transit manager $200,000 a year, and figure out why it is that people have to call every morning to get a paratransit ride, and they can't get people on the phone because no one's answering the phone. That's unacceptable with us spending $6 million generally a year in transit, and this year, drum roll, $10 million in transit. The lady with that had cancer with her property issue and wanted more time. Can we?
Council's already taken action on that, so there's a legal process that she would have to go through.
Okay. Well, if there's anything that we can do to,
We typically don't
help that
oppose.
situation, it sounds like she has a good reason why she hasn't been able to make improvements to her property. And I'd certainly, if I would have known at the time that we voted to condemn that property or that building that she had pancreatic cancer, I probably wouldn't have voted for that in case if I did. So I'd like to revisit that. The gentleman in the wheelchair whose sidewalk is messed up, can we please get that fixed and reach out to him? And if staff could please email me that address, I'd like to go by that house. And I've got other things, but after the long day, that's all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Councilwoman?
I'd like to echo Councilman Crenshaw, the lady with pancreatic cancer. I know we voted on it and it's on the demolition list, but I mean, if we can help, that's a big deal. I have the sidewalk for the gentleman where the sidewalk's caved in at. I've also been getting several calls about these water bills that are astronomical, missing numbers or different new equipment that's being read improperly after people have gone out and hired plumbers. There's a church that recently reached out to me. I've sent a few emails out, but I want to address this openly on the mic that I'm concerned. There's a church with a $12,000 water bill that is expected to be paid, and something happened with the equipment where it was upside down or being read wrong, or I don't know whatever the case may be, something needs to happen. More importantly than that, inside of the water department, there are staff directing people to get plumbers. They getting these plumbers, the plumbers are deciding that there's no issue, the new equipment is faulty or misfiring or whatever the case may be. That needs to be looked into. I don't know what needs to happen. I also got a question about the task force that's perusing parking lots now, and I'd like to know, are we paying for that? Is that being paid for by the property owner? Is this in addition to the task force that was convened in March? How and when? I'd like some information on the parking lot. I've got people that couldn't get their parking lot helped. So I'd like some information on how, when, why, where, who's paying, and what's going on with that. That would be interesting to know.
Thank you. Councilman Williams? No comment. Thank you. Councilman Turner?
Yes, just to come in reference to Mr. Alexander and Mr. Albert Harrison about the gas pipes that are exposed. If we can really look into it in that particular area, last thing I want to do is not look into a safety concern that's brought to us on the mic, and as well as some of the concerns that other citizens brought us earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hilliard?
Yeah, I kind of address that, Councilwoman LaDonna. I met with the property owners on probably 5 or 6 different occasions, brought the city manager in and also the police force to try to solve the problem at the parking lot. The property owners spent $45,000 on extra security through the Beaumont PD. They have also added 2 or 3 cameras to link them in with the real-time crime center. So the property owners have done everything they possibly can to mitigate the issue that's going on in these parking lots. And so that's the direction that we're going, and that's what's going on. And it's been going on. We have been working on this off and on all year. And so, trying to solve this problem and make a safe place. And, I'd like to see it happen all over the city. And I'll help anywhere I can, but a lot of the wards I don't work closely with, but will. But I would like to see it all over the city where we stop these parking lot parties, because ultimately they end up in someone getting hurt or someone getting killed, and I don't want to see that happen. And so I stepped up for the shopping center there, and the property owners were wonderful and working and want to do everything we can. I think Chief can attest to that. He's not listening to me. But I just want to address that. It's been something we've been working on and trying to get it to a safe environment, because what's happened is when all the businesses close at 2, the parties start. And so they have also agreed to actually pay 4 more officers the additional 2 hours after to stay in the parking lot to make sure that we clear the parking lot and that nothing happens. So that's kind of what's going on there. And so that being said, I hope that kind of gives you a little bit of deal. I would like to also reiterate the zip. It's unacceptable that we are having people that need life-saving treatment, and they're having to wait in line with people that need to go to HEB. So I think we need to revamp that, or look at it, or do a serious dive into our zip and find out what's really going on. Also, on a sad note, Rocky Ball, one of my classmates who I played football with, the Ball family is a well-known family here, and we lost him. And so I just want to reach out and send my prayers to the family. And it was a great loss to us. And so he was a good man. So that being said, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Durio?
Oh, yes, I want y'all to, if you wouldn't mind speaking with Mr. Sinclair. He has some concerns about sidewalks and bike lanes and walkways. He lives over there behind Chili's, those apartments over there. Somebody could get in touch with him, I sure would appreciate it. Also, good friend of mine, Reggie Williams, retired firefighter. His wife passed this week, so if y'all could keep him in his prayers. She was just 51 years old, young lady. And also on this budget stuff, man, we just, that's what we were elected to do, to compromise, work together, and come out with what we can all agree is in the best interest of the citizens of Beaumont. That's what I think we're supposed to do. So we gotta participate. We can't just sit here and nobody make a motion and nobody say nothing. We gotta get our feet wet and get in there and take care of that. And then take the heat for the decision we made, because somebody gonna have to take heat for one side or the other, but we're supposed to all be able to be on the same side and work it out.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Madam City Attorney.
Yes, sir. I just want to remind council, I did send out an email regarding our charter committee to reiterate some of the changes that we were discussing and to make sure that all of council's proposed changes were being discussed. If there's some things that we left off or want the charter committee to consider, you can let me know by our next council meeting on the 8th or anytime before then. That'd be great. Also want to say congratulations to our very own city clerk, who is now Tina Francis. Tina got married, and so we're super excited and proud of her. She's a beautiful bride. So congratulations, Tina. Wishing you and your new hubby a life of happiness and success. So congratulations, Tina.
I can't believe you didn't want us all there.
We would have never cut the cake.
Another vote.
Nobody would have made a second when they said, does anybody object?
Ms. Villarreal.
Thank you. So first update is on the train horns. All of the work is complete. We have submitted the request to the FRA. We called them for an update yesterday. We were told to submit, they would not provide us anything unless we submitted it in writing. We submitted it in writing yesterday. We're still waiting on a response. So that's where it's at. It's in the FRA's hands now. We investigated the ramp issue. The address is 4105 Shoshan, and it has been scheduled to be repaired ASAP.
Oh, great.
And the East Lucas sidewalk, that was a concern that was brought up at the last council meeting. And I'd mentioned that the final piece of the puzzle was an easement. We finally got a signature, I believe this afternoon, from the property owner. So now we're able to proceed with finalizing our permits and go into construction for the sidewalk improvements on East Lucas between Pine Burr and Helbig. I don't have a defined timeline on that yet, but we got the last piece of the puzzle put together. As far as the exposed gas services, the gas company seems to be giving conflicting information, or maybe the admin office doesn't know what field staff is communicating. So we're gonna have to reach back out to them, because the communication I've received from the gas company has indicated that those lines that are exposed are no longer in service. So sounds like there's some more conversation to be had there. Congratulations to Tina. That's wonderful news. And I also want to express my condolences to the family and the loved ones of the Imhoff family. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just say congratulations to Miss Tina.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Tina, and thank you to our staff who's put all the budget work hours in.
Congratulations, Tina.
Thank you.
Let's say something today.
Just really quick, thank everyone for the wishes. We had a wonderful time. It was great. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, it took me long enough. It was just 11 years we've been dating, so it took me long enough.
Don't rush it. Yeah, Mayor, I just wanted to, again, extend my appreciation, especially to our finance staff who've done a lot of work in the last several months to get us to this point. Thanks to the department heads, and not for the work they've done so far, just for that work, but a lot of the work that's coming in the next fiscal year to try to get us to where we need to be. Appreciate the council's efforts as well, and congratulations, best wishes to Tina.
And with that, I also want to say congratulations, and I expect to see a new nameplate there, I guess. Yeah. You want-
Save the money.
Okay, thank you. And certainly. Okay. I want to thank the finance department and all the directors for their hard work and continued hard work as we continue to move through this process. And again, some of the concerns, and certainly the para transport, it seems like people that are on standard dialysis, and I'm not going to say anything about, because I think groceries are necessary, so I think people do have to go to the grocery store, but it would be nice if they could evaluate that system so that they didn't have to wait till 8 and be online. We certainly like an explanation on why. Got turned off. I guess we need to conclude the meeting at this point. So at this point, the meeting is adjourned. Thank y'all.